Ask that you turn off all pagers, all cell phones, or other electronic signaling devices. The agenda for today's hearing is located in the council chamber lobby. Staff reports and maps for the City Planning Commission hearings will be available online approximately 1 week prior to the public hearing. To access this information, log on to www.norfolk.gov/planning. If you wish to speak on an item on today's agenda, you must fill out a request form with a staff member located in the council chamber lobby. If you wish to speak on an item on today's agenda, you must fill out a request form. I repeated that, didn't I? We normally hear the items in the order in which they are listed on the agenda. The Planning Department staff will introduce each item by stating the type and purpose of the application and the location of the property. A staff member will deliver a presentation on each item, followed by a recommendation on each application to be considered at this hearing. Following the staff presentation, the commission will hear from the proponents and then from the opponents, if there are any. Anyone who has signed in to speak will be called by the chair. They should approach the podium, state their name and mailing address. The speaker should speak directly to the commission and not to the audience. Remarks will be limited to 3 minutes. However, the applicant's time will not be limited. After all proponents and opponents have been heard, the commission will allow rebuttal first from the proponents, then the opponents. Total time for rebuttals are limited to 5 minutes each. At the conclusion of the hearing on each item and after considering all information presented, the commission will take action on the matter. Action on each matter by the commission will be to recommend approval or denial by a majority vote. The statement of the motion in the affirmative by a member of the staff is a matter of voting procedure and in no way indicates the recommendation of the staff or consensus of the commission. Following the action by the commission on the matter, a written recommendation will be made to City Council, except for those applications where the decision of the Planning Commission is final. Anyone who attends the commission public hearing for a specific item will be notified by the City Clerk's office of the date on which the City Council will consider the application. We can call the roll now.
Dr. Whibley? Here. Mr. Young?
Here.
I note Mr. Wells is absent. Mr. Pendleton?
Here.
Note Ms. Van is absent. Mr. Bateman?
Here.
And Ms. Sutter.
I'm here. All right. I think we're starting with the statement. Okay. I believe that many of you are here for the Willoughby overlay discussion. I do thank all of you for coming. It's very important that we hear your voice. We are going to place that item at the end of our agenda today. We're going to make sure that we get all the other agenda items done first, and then we will, we'll do that one last. I see head nods. Does everyone understand that? Okay, awesome. Thank you. All right, then we can move forward with the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so the first item we're going to ask is going to be continued. So we've got a request for a continuance from today's agenda to the August 27th, 2026 public hearing agenda, and that's for continued item number 1, which is Macondo, for the following conditional use permits at 2325 East Little Creek Road. A, for restaurant with extended hours. B, live entertainment. C, sale of alcoholic beverages on premise. And D, the sale of alcoholic beverages off premise. So this item will be continued from the applicant's request to the August 27th public hearing. Dr. Whibley. Aye. Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton.
Aye.
Mr. Bateman.
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter.
Aye.
Okay. The next few items we have a consent agenda. So we'll have 3 items. We'll vote them all in a block, and that will include 1145 Bowling Avenue, and that is an ARB item, and that's the renovation of the tennis courts at Larchmont Elementary School. 2, Otzi Tattoo Agency for conditional use permit to allow a tattoo parlor at 715 Orapac Street. And then the last one on the consent agenda is Savannah House Rentals LLC for conditional use permit renewal of a short-term rental, and that one's a homestay at 1547 Crane Avenue. So those are all on the consent agenda. We're going to vote them as one item. So the motion is to recommend approval, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report, and for the ARB item, recommending approval as presented. Okay? Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye.
Okay, and then R1, we move to the end of the agenda. That's the Planning Commission text amendment for short-term rentals. All right, so item number 2, City Planning Commission for the zoning text amendment to the Norfolk zoning ordinance to modify the performance standards for vendor parks to require a conditional use permit near a residential district.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. This text amendment for Vendor Park was initiated by all back in November of last year when there was a discussion for rezoning to allow Vendor Park in Ocean View. Some concerns were raised over the close proximity of Vendor Park's residential areas. Those concerns currently is that Vendor Parks, if they desire to do so, could operate near a residential area. By right, there would be an opportunity for the public to provide their input. Staff's proposal is to require Vendor Park located within 250 feet of a residential district to obtain a conditional use permit. We believe that this would not only allow for the public to provide their input, but for Planning Commission Council to work with the operator and ensure that they're not being disruptive in nearby neighborhoods. The 250-foot distance was chosen by staff as it represents approximately 1 block. This screenshot shows the proposed changes. We would add standard C, which would require a property within that 250-foot distance to obtain a CUP. And as Rob noted, on the 10th floor, we would ensure that restroom facilities would be provided either on-site or on an adjacent property.
Thank you, Ms. Adam. Any questions? All right. Thank you. I don't think anyone signed up to speak. I can think we're ready to vote.
The motion is to recommend approval of the text amendment. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye.
Okay, item number 3, for Katie Romeo for a conditional change of zoning from IL Industrial Light to conditional CC Community Commercial at 2601 Colley Avenue. The purpose of this request is to allow for the leasing of a commercial office space within this building.
Thank you, Susan. Good afternoon, Commissioners. This site is located on the west side of Colley Avenue between West 26th and West 27th Streets, and the facility currently operates as a swim school. The proposal is consistent with NFK 2050, which designates the site as sustained traditional. Small-scale office is a secondary use in this district, and the proposal also aligns with the Central Hampton Boulevard plan, which calls for the repurposing of large industrial buildings into smaller-scale commercial. Again, the request is to rezone the property from IL Industrial Light to conditional CC Community Commercial. The reason for this is because medical offices, as the applicant would like to have to support their business, are not permitted in the IL district, so she's requesting to rezone it to CC to permit those businesses. Here's a picture of the site. It does extend a little bit along Colley Avenue there, taking up the whole block. The applicant relocated their, previously had a swim school that they were doing out of their home by conditional use permit, and they've moved the business into here full-time and installed a pool. And then here's a picture of the back of the building showing where the parking is. The applicant has 3 proffered conditions, one saying that the property will not sell food prepared on site, no alcoholic beverages shall be sold on site, and the property will maintain security fences and active camera recordings. Staff is recommending approval subject to those proffered conditions. The proposed use conforms to NFK 2050, and the CC zoning district is compatible with both surrounding districts and uses. I stand by for any questions.
Any questions for Rob? No, thank you. We do not have anyone signed up to speak on this item. So I imagine the applicant is not here. Okay. Although the applicant is not signed up to speak, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? All right. Thank you so much for coming out. I think we're ready to vote.
The motion is to recommend approval subject to the proffered conditions. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to council.
Okay, item number 4, Old Dominion University Real Estate Foundation for a conditional change of zoning from CC Community Commercial to conditional MW Monarch Way at 3700 and 3708 Hampton Boulevard. The purpose of this request is to allow for a mixed-use development.
Good afternoon, Commission. Location east side of Hampton Boulevard between West 37th Street and West 38th Street. This is directly across from Hampton Boulevard and ODU. It's currently Muddy Paws Pet Supply Store and a vacant gas station, and as mentioned, the proposal to allow for a mixed-use development. The proposed rezoning is consistent with NFK 2050, which designates the site as corridor mixed use. Several goals and actions from NFK 2050 align with the proposal, and additional housing stock will be provided. It also does not conflict with the Central Hampton Area Boulevard Plan. The request is for conditional rezoning, and the Monarch Way zoning district allows for a maximum height of 75 feet versus 60 feet allowed in the CC Community Commercial District. The proposed height for the project is 75 feet. Here are the concept plans submitted by the applicant. Full site plan approval will be required, and these plans will most likely be modified during that process. The first floor will contain a 2-level parking garage, a leasing office, and a commercial space. A parking study was submitted, and parking will be shared between this project and the Point Apartments directly adjacent to the east. And that will be a combined total of 343 parking spaces. Here's the general layout for floors 3 through 7, which will feature a courtyard-style amenity area, 117 units, which will be a mixture of 1 and 2 bedroom, and leases will be available to the public, not exclusive to ODU students. Here are the proposed elevations and a little better view of the floor structure. Because this is in the MW district, a development certificate will be required, and the design portion of this project will be coming back to you at a later date. We have one proposed profit from the applicant. This will include a shared parking agreement between the Point Apartment Garage and this project's garage itself. And as mentioned, full site plan approval and a development certificate will be required at a later date. Staff does recommend approval of the proposal. The Highland Park Civic League indicated they have no objection to the application, and the Lambert's Point Civic League supports the application. Any questions?
Any questions? Thank you. We do have several applicants signed up to speak. Mark Richardson. Mr. Richardson, if you would start with your name and your mailing address, please.
Mark Richardson. I am with Timmons Group, 2901 Southland Haven Road in Virginia Beach. So I'm here to answer any questions on the civil engineering aspect.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Richardson? No. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There are others here signed up to speak. Burrell Saunders, if you'd like to add anything, please do come up. Okay. Victoria Paul, would you like to add anything? And Andrew Raffin, if you'd like to add anything. All right. Any questions for the other applicants, commissioners? Any discussion? All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, the motion is to recommend approval, subject to the proffered conditions. Dr. Whibley? Aye. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
I just want to say thanks for contributing to the housing solutions. We appreciate it very much. I vote aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
I concur. Aye. Thank you. We'll make that recommendation to council.
Okay, item number 5, Alexis Calderon for a change of zoning from SFT, Single Family Traditional, to Conditional CN, Neighborhood Commercial at 2747 and 2741 Tidewater Drive. The purpose of this request is to allow one residential dwelling unit and a contractor's office.
Hello again. Location of the site's west side of Tidewater Drive between Blair Avenue and Farragut Avenue. This is in the Lafayette, Winona neighborhood. Currently a mixed use and proposal to allow for a contractor's office and one residential unit. Oh, sorry. Proposed use is consistent with NFK 2050 and places the site in a sustained traditional place type and designates mixed use as a secondary use. 2 goals and actions, as you can see from NFK 2050, are relevant to the proposal. Again, conditional rezoning request, and as mentioned, the rezoning will encompass 2 parcels. 2747 Tidewater Drive is currently zoned SFT, Single Family Traditional, and is proposing to be conditionally rezoned to CN and will remain the mixed-use structure. 2741 Tidewater Drive is currently zoned CN, but is proposing to be zoned to conditional CN and will remain as the parking lot, altogether one site. Here's a picture of the site. The structure was built in 1914 and has been a mixed-use building predating the current regulations. The applicant is in the process of finalizing substantial improvements, which requires the site is zoned appropriately, and as a mixed use is not permitted in the SFT district. Here's the concept plan proffered by the applicant. As improvements, the apron size will be reduced and the landscaping beds will be installed as shown by the green boxes. And as you can see, the red outline is the mixed-use building. Two proffers from the applicant. One is to have the first floor remain a contractor's office and the second floor to remain a single dwelling unit. And the development shall be in accordance with the submitted conceptual plan you just saw. Staff recommends approval of the proposal and the Civic League does support the application.
Any questions for Andrew? All right, thank you. We do have the applicant here, Gerald Thomas. Okay, thank you. We do have someone here in opposition, Elizabeth Brown.
That's me. I guess I checked the wrong box. I do oppose it, but I need more information, so.
Okay, well, if you would, did you want to ask questions?
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Elizabeth Brown. I live at 1731. I also own 1730 and 1739 Hancock Avenue. The concerns are regarding the parking, leaving that parking lot and additional traffic that's already a very congested intersection. It's right at the corner where the stoplight is. There's also concern that this would lead further, which I know we can't propose what the future is going to hold, but next door to these lots is a vacant property. That property has been proposed in the past to continue through to the dead-end street that is right behind it, which is one street over from Hancock. Our area has more than enough traffic, even though I'm on the dead-end portion. People are consistently turning around. It's just ruining the homey feel of our quiet neighborhood. I'm also anxious I thought that the proposal was for 2 dwelling units to be on the second floor, but it appears that now they're just asking for 1. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I just think it's a bad idea, so.
And your major concern is the parking, or rather the...
Well, how it's going to interfere with traffic on Tidewater Drive, where it's already very congested. There is a stoplight at the corner of Shoup and Tidewater Drive, and literally we have to wait for that stoplight to get out of our neighborhood. Adding to that would not be good. And then it just doesn't seem like that's an appropriate use for that building. It was previously a commercial property, and it served its purpose well in that regard.
Okay, well, thank you. I appreciate you coming up, Ms. Brown.
Thank you.
Mr. Thomas? Yes. Would you come up now? Are you able to speak to I guess, how the vehicles will be coming in and coming out?
Yes, there's enough turnaround space in the rear of the lot, so we should be able to turn around and get out without impeding traffic. And we normally work early in the morning, so we would come like 6:30 in the morning, so there's hardly any traffic that early. It's not that heavy on Tidewater Drive when we're there 5:36.
Okay. Before you go, any questions for Mr. Thomas? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
And don't go far. Ms. Brown, would you like to, we're in the rebuttal phase right now. Would you like to speak to anything that Mr. Thomas mentioned? Okay. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate you coming out. And if there's no discussion or questions, I think we might be ready for a vote.
I have a question for staff.
Please.
Was there a traffic study done?
No, Mr. Pendleton. So just to keep in mind, Andrew, can you put the slide back up with the aerial photo? The parking lot for this area is already zoned commercial. the existing building is zoned single-family traditional. The building historically, since 1914, as Andrew noted, and it's in the staff report, has been a commercial building with some type of mixed use that we've been aware of since around 1960. It just was in the wrong zoning. So the 1950 zoning ordinance allowed this kind of transitional use of what could be considered one residential unit, and it was a contractor's yard and storage area, which essentially translated into from the 1950 zoning ordinance to the 78 to the 92 to now the 18, which is essentially a contractor's office. So they just have a nonconformity that's been lingering there that although it's been under permit for some time at this point, they are trying to correct, but the property where the parking area is located is already zoned commercial.
Any other questions? All right, I think we're ready.
The motion is to recommend approval, subject to the proffered conditions. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to council. Thank you all for coming out.
Okay, item number 6, Riptide Car Wash for the following applications at 908 East Little Creek Road and 7923 Glade Road. A change of zoning from conditional CC, community commercial, to CC, and a conditional use permit for the operation of a car wash. The purpose of this request is to allow the operation of a car wash.
All right, location of the site is the northwest corner of Glade Road and East Little Creek Road. This is the old Triple S Car Wash just west of Chesapeake Boulevard. Again, it's a vacant car wash. The proposal is to allow the operation of a new car wash. Proposed use is consistent in NFK 2050, places the site in the corridor mixed use and the sustained suburban, where commercial, retail are both primary and secondary uses respectively. Zoning is currently 7923 Glade Road is in the northern parcel and is zoned conditional CC. And the proposal is to rezone the CC and dissolve the previously tied site plan. 908 East Little Creek Road is currently zoned CC, no conditions, and there's also a proposal for both parcels to allow a CUP for the operation of a car wash. Here's a picture of the site, which has not been operational for more than 2 years. The first picture on the left is looking south towards East Little Creek Road, and the second picture, as you can see a separately owned billboard, which does restrict the site, how the site can be built. Here's the proposed site plan. The existing indoor car wash will be demolished and rebuilt. Vehicles will enter from the 2 red arrows you see on the far right, enter the indoor car wash, make 2 left turns to the vacuums, which are located in the parking spaces, and then exit where you see the single red arrow onto Glade Road. No access will be provided onto East Little Creek Road. The project will be required to undergo full site plan approval and will add much landscaping to the site. As mentioned, the existing building will be demolished. Here are the elevations submitted by the applicant. The top elevation is the view from Glade Road. 2 at the bottom, vehicles will enter through the north-facing elevation, as you can see on the bottom left, and the exit on the elevation on the bottom right that will face East Little Creek Road. This is a picture submitted by the applicant. This is a different location, but this is very similar to what the elevation will look like facing East Little Creek Road. That's where the cars will exit. Staff recommends approval of both the rezoning and the conditional use permit with conditions to include hours of operation being limited from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. The site shall be developed in accordance with the conceptual site plan. No washing cars outside, and voice speaker boxes are prohibited for both employees and customers. Back one, and then the Civic League does support the application.
Thank you. Any questions for Andrew? All right, thank you. We do have the applicant here, Amari Starling. Tell us about your car wash.
Hi, Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Amari Starling, and I'm with Hersher Law, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Riptide Car Wash. And just mirroring what Andrew said, thank you for your presentation. We are requesting 2 related approvals for the properties. First, a conditional zoning to update the conditional zoning on the property right now, which is CC. And second, a conditional use permit for the operation of a car wash on both parcels. The existing conditional zoning ties the development to an outdated site plan from 2015, and that was never built. And this new zoning simply updates those conditions to reflect our proposed plan that you saw in the presentation. And this site has a long history of a car wash. As Andrew said, the SS Car Wash was operated here from about 1978 until 2022. And the applicant proposes to demolish this existing outdated structure and construct a brand-new, modern facility in its place. The proposed replacement is a thoughtfully designed contemporary car wash featuring a single tunnel bay with 24 self-service vacuum spaces. So rather than leaving a dormant structure on an otherwise active corridor, this project represents a meaningful reinvestment in the neighborhood. And importantly, the community supports this project. We've met with the Crossroads Civic League and the East Little Creek Business Association, who has both voiced their support for the project. And as Andrew mentioned, this project is squarely consistent with the NFK 2050. So taken together, we respectfully request the Commission's approval of this. Thanks. And we're happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Starling. Any questions? All right, thank you for coming out. We do have several proponents. Elmer Tole is a proponent but wishes not to speak. Thank you so much for coming out. We also have Mark Russell. Would you like to add anything?
I'm just here to answer questions.
Okay. And then we also have Matt Taggart
Here to answer questions.
and Michael Zarpas.
Here to tell you how awesome Riptide is.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the proponents or the applicant representative? All right, no one else has signed up to speak. Any discussion before we vote? All right, thank you. I think we're ready.
The motion is to recommend approval of the change of zoning and the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to council. Thank you all for coming out.
Item number 7, Freight House Coffee for the,
Pardon me for interrupting, my apologies. For item number 5, were we not given an opportunity, or I had signed up to speak, and I guess that Ms. Brown was the only person
That was the only one that I had. That was the only one that I,
filled out a card, just like was requested and required, for an opportunity to speak about that issue.
well, I apologize. I did not have the sign-up sheet in front of me, and we've already voted.
I understand you already voted, and that's why I spoke up, is because
Certainly.
maybe I misunderstood, but we had to fill out a card in order to speak. And
You
then
did, and I
separate
don't
the
have that
proponent or
here.
opponent, and I certainly had something to say before the vote.
I do apologize. Yeah. Thank you. All right, we're on item number 7.
Freight House Coffee for the following applications at 2330 Bowden's Ferry Road. A, for restaurant with sale of alcoholic beverages on premise. B, a banquet hall. C, live entertainment. The purpose of this request is to allow the applicant to modify the ownership, to operate as a restaurant and banquet hall, both with live entertainment, and sell alcoholic beverages for on-premise consumption.
Hello again. Location of the site, southeast corner of West 25th Street and Bowden's Ferry Road. This is in the Ray Yards at Lambert's Point. It's currently a coffee shop, and the proposal is to change the ownership of its existing conditional use permit, operate a restaurant and a banquet hall, both with live entertainment, and sell alcohol for on-premise consumption. Proposed use is consistent with NFK 2050. Zoning is CC, community commercial. Conditional CC, community commercial. A CUP is required to sell alcohol after 5 p.m. for on-premise consumption, to operate as a banquet hall, and to provide live entertainment. Here's a picture of the site. No changes are proposed to the interior or exterior. You may remember this. The obtained a CUP was granted in 2024 to allow a coffee shop to sell alcohol for on-premise consumption. 3 floor plans proposed by the applicant. The first 2 are very similar, except for the seating around the entertainment area, which I did highlight in yellow. The 3rd floor plan shows the location of vendors used during craft vendor markets, to include locations inside and outside in the outdoor seating area, as well as the side yard to the side of the building. Proposed hours aren't changing much. It'll be 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. They do wish to open until 1 a.m. New Year's Eve. That'll be the same for the hours of alcohol. Seating capacity came down a little bit, 44 seats indoors, 46 outdoors, for a total of 117. And the proposed entertainment forms include live band, craft market, karaoke, comedian, vocalist, open mic poetry, and a disc jockey is requested to be only when operating as a banquet hall. Staff recommends approval, subject to conditions in the staff report. Outdoor entertainment will be limited to fine arts and crafts, and then the DJ will only be permitted during banquet hall functions. Civic League and the Business Association both support the proposal. Any questions?
Any questions for Andrew? No, thank you. We do have the applicant here, Jerome Hashigan. Would you like to add anything to the presentation? Come on up.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Jerome Hashagen, one of the owners of Freight House Coffee and the senior managing partner. I live at 6008 South River Road in Norfolk, Virginia. And yeah, we had a change of ownership less than a year ago, so we had to resubmit our conditional use permit. And what we decided to do is to add on to that to make the business more viable during the legal operating hours. So that's why we have the banquet hall and the previous conditional use for live entertainment. So Susan has helped us out with this application very much. So thank you, Susan, for that. And we've reached out to our councilwoman, Councilwoman Doyle, and we've had some back and forth, and we've come to agree with how she would agree with approval on this. And she agrees in kind with the way it's stated now. And we've reached out also and met with Councilman Clanton and Councilman Page and Smeagol and McGee as well. And they're all on board with what we're trying to do here. So we're just asking for your approval, and that's really all.
Thank you. And pronounce your last name again.
Hashagen.
Hashagen. Thank you very
Yes.
much. Any questions for Mr. Hashagen? All right, thank you so much for
Thank you.
coming out. And no discussion? I think we're ready to vote.
Bobby's fault. The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley? Aye. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
And Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to City Council. Thank you for coming out.
Item number 8, OV Beach Bella Pizza for the following applications at 1007 East Bayview Boulevard. A restaurant with extended hours. B, live entertainment. C, the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premises. The purpose of this request is to allow a restaurant to operate with extended hours, live entertainment, and the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption.
Thanks, Susan. This site is located on the south side of East Bayview Boulevard, east of Chesapeake Boulevard in the Bayview neighborhood. The proposal is consistent with NFK 2050, which designates the site as sustained suburban. Commercial is a secondary use in the sustained suburban place type. Property is owned CC Community Commercial and also lies within the 60-day night level, which is a noise zone, and it also lies within Accident Potential Zone 2. Restaurant is a compatible use within the Accident Potential Zone 2. The applicant needs conditional use permits to have a restaurant with extended hours, which is operating after 11 p.m. in areas that are not downtown, to have live entertainment, and to sell alcohol for on-premise consumption after 5 p.m. Here's a picture of the site. The site formerly operated as Pizza Chef, which obtained a special exception in 2007, but ceased operating in July of 2024. The applicant opened Beach Bella Pizza in August of 2025 with a restaurant zoning certificate, meaning they could not sell alcohol. So now the applicant is coming in, since operating for coming up on a year now without alcohol, to have alcohol limited live entertainment. The applicant is proposing to do some site improvements. They're proposing to have some landscaping in front on East Bayview Boulevard and then also add some landscaping on Chesapeake Boulevard. Here's a floor plan of the site. You can see the areas that their applicant is proposing entertainment to be outlined in those grayish color boxes. Just kind of to go over, like again, when we did at the mid-month meeting, the applicant subleases, the property owner subleases a space to Reba's charitable gaming facility, which is that area all the way to the right of the screen. The conditions specifically exclude alcohol from being sold from the establishment to that facility. That would be considered off premises, even though it's linked in the same building, they're operating as separate entities. Pizza Chef operated from 11 a.m. until midnight, Sunday through Thursday, and then 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Friday and Saturday. Beach Bella is requesting 11 a.m. until 12 o'clock midnight, 7 days a week. Pizza Chef had a capacity of 150. Beach Bella has 74 seats indoors, 22 seats outdoors for a total capacity of 146. Pizza Chef did not have entertainment, and Beach Bella Pizza is requesting entertainment of karaoke and trivia. Staff is recommending approval subject to conditions. The proposed uses conforms to NFK 2050 and places similar use. Entertainment is limited to trivia and karaoke. The alcohol, again, cannot be sold to that commercial recreation facility. New landscaping will be provided along East Bayview and Chesapeake Boulevards. And the outdoor dining will close by 10 p.m. Sunday through Thursday and 11 p.m. Friday and Saturday, which is consistent with what we've done with other outdoor establishments in proximity to residential areas. We did get an email from a board member of the condo who lives behind the building asking if I believe it was included in your packet, but the request was to restrict outdoor consumption of alcohol at night. But I think the standard outdoor dining conditions we have should help mitigate most of that. They were happy to hear that we at least had something in there about that. The Bayview Civic League did send a letter of support, and staff received a letter of no objection from the Ocean View Business Association. Stand by
Any
for any
questions for Rob?
Yeah, just clarification on no alcohol sold to the commercial recreation facility. If a customer of theirs buys alcohol, they're not allowed to take it into that gaming
Correct.
facility.
The conditions we've written specifically prohibit that.
Yes, okay, just want to make sure, because that statement isn't
Yeah.
necessarily clear in that.
Yeah. So alcohol, the charitable gaming facility would have their own alcohol restrictions and regulations and whatnot, but we're specifically looking at the operation of this business, bringing alcohol outside of their operating premises.
I know there was an entrance.
Yeah.
And you're going to share, or I don't know if the applicant's here or not, but curious to how they're going to control that exit, entering and exit. Okay.
Thank you. And we do not have anyone signed up to speak. Is the applicant here today? Okay. All right, so the applicant is not here, and I know you have a question, or you had one.
Rob, do you know the answer to that last question? Like,
Sorry.
are they going to, since they're two different leases, is there any reason that that entrance shouldn't be closed, like removed?
Which
to go
entrance in
to the gaming facility next door?
I believe there's the bar has the ability to sign members up for the gaming facility to then let them in. Both doors to the gaming facility are supposed to be coded for member access only.
Okay.
I think they're working on figuring a little bit more of that out with the gaming facility, having that other front entrance reopened. I think there were some security concerns, which is why they were working on only having that inside one. Like when staff went out to the site, we couldn't go in from that outside entrance, as we told you guys. As we told the commission during the mid-month. Right. At this time, I don't see a reason to remove either entrance. But as an entertainment application, this is a CUP that's limited to 2 years in expiration, and they'll need to come back. So if it becomes an issue, in addition to council's revocation powers, the zoning enforcement procedures we have, if we hear anecdotally that it's a problem in 2 years, if they decide to renew their entertainment or their alcohol, we can deal with it at that point too.
Okay. All right, very good, thank you.
You okay? Go ahead.
I feel like I'm a little concerned. I'd like to hear that from the applicant, just for the different entrances and the alcohol consumption. But they're not here, so I guess we can just go ahead and move forward with the vote if there's no further discussion. All right, thank you.
The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Reluctant, aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
No, we'll make that recommendation to City Council. Thank you.
Item number 9, for a conditional use permit to operate a restaurant with alcoholic beverages on premises at 442 Granby Street. The purpose of this request is to allow the operation of a restaurant with the sale of alcoholic beverages for on-premises consumption.
Thanks, Susan. The site is located on the east side of Granby Street between Charlotte and Freemason Streets in downtown Norfolk. Proposed use is consistent with NFK 2050, which designates the site as a regional activity center. Commercial is a primary use in this district. property is zoned downtown mixed use. It also lies within the coastal resilience overlay and the downtown historic overlay district. As with the last application, you need a conditional use permit to sell alcohol after 5 p.m. for on-premise consumption in the city of Norfolk. Here's a picture of the site. The site formerly operated as bodegas and Intermission. Intermission never opened, but the restaurant was built out after a CUP was issued in 2020. So the applicant is looking to open a new restaurant in the space that it was built out as a restaurant, but just never opened. Here's a floor plan. It's a fairly small space. No entertainment, no extended hours or anything like that. Bodegas was open from 11 to 2, 7 days a week. Malik is requesting 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. 7 days a week. Bodegas had a much larger capacity, mostly due to the 40 outdoor seats. Malik has 56 seats indoors and a total capacity of 65. Staff recommends approval of the application. The proposed use conforms to NFK 2050. The use is encouraged in downtown, and there's limited hours of operation and no entertainment.
Questions for Rob? All right, thank you. We do have the applicant here, Yusuf Fuad. Would you like, did you want to add anything to the presentation? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My name is Yusuf Fouad, and I'm the owner and operator of Malik. I'm excited to bring a Mediterranean concept to downtown Norfolk. And I have a question. I heard that the alcohol permit, it's selling alcohol after 5 p.m. Am I correct with that? I just heard
5 p.m.?
Yeah, that's what I heard now.
You needed a CUP if you operate after 5. That's why you're here.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry if I misunderstood.
Yeah.
I would love to thank you all for reviewing my application, and I'm available for any question.
Certainly. Any questions? And I want to make sure I have this right. Fuad?
Fuad. Yeah.
Any questions for Mr. Fuad?
Since you're here, have you experienced operating an establishment like this with alcohol?
Yes, I have operate some restaurants overseas, and I also having a bachelor degree in hospitality, and I'm completing my business master's in business administration. I will be graduating the next 2 weeks.
Oh, very good.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Fuad. Thank you for coming out.
Appreciate it.
I think we're ready to vote.
Motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutterth?
Aye. Thank you for coming out. We'll make that recommendation to council.
Item number 10, Granby Bistro and Market for the following applications at 225 Granby Street. A, for a convenience store. B, sale of smoking or vaping products. C, the sale of alcoholic beverages for off-premises. The purpose of this request is to allow the operation of existing convenience store with the sale of smoking or vaping products and the sale of alcoholic beverages for off-premises consumption.
Thanks, Susan. The site is located on the west side of Granby Street between Tazewell Street and Brook Avenue in downtown Norfolk. The site was granted a special exception to operate an eating and drinking establishment in 2009, but the previous operator in 2020 decided to get a CUP to switch the business to a convenience store with the sale of alcoholic beverages off-premise and the sale of smoking products. So this applicant is coming to take over the business as it was amended in 2020. The use aligns with NFK 2050, which designates the site as regional activity center where retail is a primary use. Property is zoned downtown mixed use. It also lies within the coastal resilience overlay and the downtown historic overlay. In the downtown mixed-use district, you need a conditional use permit for a convenience store, for the sale of smoking or vaping products, and for the sale of alcoholic beverages off-premise. So if you recall, in Norfolk, alcohol CUPs are tied to the operator. So when the ownership operator changes, that new operator is required to come in and get a new CUP. Technically, it would just be for the sale of the alcoholic beverages for off-premise consumption, but we like to tie all these CUPs together when the new operator comes in. So all three of them are up for renewal, but it's really the change of the sale of alcohol that requires them to come in. The applicant isn't proposing to change any of the operations from the existing facility. It's still proposing to operate from 7 to 11, 7 days a week, and is going to leave the sign. Staff does recommend approval. The proposed use conforms to NFK 2050. The operating manner is the same as the previous owner, and as was in the 2020 CUP, the sales of vaping products is prohibited.
Any questions for Rob? All right, thank you very much. We do have the applicant here, Brian Gonzalez. Would you like to add anything?
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for having me. Can't wait to take over my uncle's business. He's my uncle Adele. He can't wait more than me because he wants to retire as
I
well.
imagine.
So the only thing I'm asking for a change is the condition H for the vaping. If I'm allowed to sell it and we change it to prohibiting any advertisement, whether it's in the windows or inside the stores, it would be a small section of the store. But like I said, there would be no advertisement whatsoever. Before this, I did own a convenience store in South Norfolk for 18 years. Not one ABC violation in the whole time.
Thank you for that. Any questions before you go,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Gonzalez? I do want to say that generally, it's been the commission's decision that vaping we're concerned with the health ramifications of vaping, not necessarily the advertising of it. And that's been the reason why we've discouraged vaping in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
But that is a request, and we do want to entertain it. Do I hear a motion to change that condition?
And I do have Ms.
Unfortunately.
Carrie Ann Weinberg, if she can speak on my behalf as well.
Sure, certainly.
Okay.
All right, thank you. And Ms. Weinberg, then? Thank you. If you start with your name and your mailing address.
Yeah, hello, Carrie Ann Weinberg, 330 West Brambleton Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia. Hello and good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for having me. Granby Street Bistro has been a beloved downtown Norfolk business since 2005. And owner Adele Hodges first opened the business as a well-loved downtown restaurant. But during COVID, as many businesses were forced to do, he had to pivot in order to survive. He converted the business into a small neighborhood market and convenience store, which also helped fill a major gap in downtown as we continue to lack a true grocery store option. As part of that transition, Adele applied for and was granted a conditional use permit in 2020 for the sale of smoking and vaping products. Unfortunately, the ordinance is a bit misleading, and Adele did not realize, nor was it specifically pointed out, that one of the ordinance conditions simultaneously prohibited the sale of vaping products on the property. As a result, vaping products were sold at the store for several years. And when the new owner, Brian Gonzalez, started this process, that was realized that wasn't allowed. Since then, the current owner has taken everything out, so he immediately removed all of the products from the store. The application before you today is simply a change in the ownership as Adele retires and turns the business over to his longtime friend and relative, Brian, who has been absolutely amazing to work with, and I'm excited to welcome him more formally into the downtown Norfolk business community. I truly believe Adele is leaving the business in very capable hands. However, the new CUP application includes a similar condition prohibiting the sale of vaping products entirely. And I appreciate the Commission's concerns regarding youth health and public well-being. Both Adele and Brian are fathers themselves, and neither is advocating for youth vaping or irresponsible sales practices. That said, convenience stores across Virginia and across the country are generally expected by the public to sell tobacco and vaping products as an accessory use. Virginia already has laws and enforcement mechanisms regulating these products, with additional statewide regulations taking effect July 1st. By adding additional local restrictions beyond our neighboring cities, Norfolk may be unintentionally creating a competitive disadvantage for our small businesses. Customers can simply travel to Virginia Beach, Portsmouth, anywhere else in the area to purchase these items and spend their dollars in another city. This condition also discourages businesses similar to Granby Bistro from opening in Norfolk. Granby Bistro is not a vape shop. These products represent only a very small portion of the business. Mr. Ghazali respectfully requests the condition H be removed and instead no vaping products be advertised or visible from the street rather than prohibiting their sale entirely. Downtown Norfolk Council supports the request and encourages further discussion around how these policies impact the competitiveness of Norfolk small businesses. That's all I have. Thank you guys so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Weinberg.
Thank you all.
Any questions or discussion for Ms. Weinberg? No? All right, thank you. Again, I'll just pose the question again. Anyone move for a change in the conditions?
Maybe it should be asked, does this violate our Norfolk 2050 plan that we just released earlier this year? Prohibited product.
Can you elaborate on your question, Mr. Beaman? I'm sorry.
Well, I guess, what is the premise, I guess, for the denial of can we state that for everyone's, or the recommendation that we don't allow vaping?
There are a number of goals and actions in NFK 2050 that deal with public health, which is what's leaned on. Also, this has been the normal course of action for the Planning Commission to recommend and for the City Council to approve where the vaping products have been prohibited, as well as regulating tightly where smoking products can be smoked or sold as well. So this is consistent with current public policy that the Commission and the Council utilize, as well as with the comprehensive plan.
I will admit, I agree with the candidate that the zoning ordinance label is very confusing and almost gives the impression that this is allowable, and if we're not going to recommend it, I think we do need to take steps to fix that and clarify that and make that not confusing. So I'll go on record to request that, I guess. But I don't have any other comments or questions about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bateman. Any other comments or questions before we move for a vote? Dr. Whibley.
So I apologize for my ignorance. So can smoking products be sold?
Yes, they are requesting for the ability to sell smoking products.
No,
And-
but what I'm saying is previous to this, when they had the prohibition with the previous owner,
Correct, they could sell smoking products. The
But
vaping
not
products are-
vaping.
Yes, that's correct.
that didn't make any sense. Okay. Just stating an opinion.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I think we're ready to vote.
The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to all of the conditions in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Wow. Kind of turned on my head here. I'm going to vote aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to council. Thank you for coming out.
Item 11, Amos Boudrum for a conditional use permit to develop a non-conforming lot at 3225 Marne Avenue. The purpose of this request is to develop a single-family home on a non-conforming lot.
Thank you, Susan. This site is located on the west side of Marne Avenue between Lafayette Boulevard and Pershing Avenue in the Fairmount Park neighborhood. So this property is zoned SFT, single family traditional. In this district, you need a minimum lot width of 40 to 50 feet and a minimum lot size of 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, depending on the predominant lotting pattern. So if the predominant lotting pattern is lots that are smaller, you would need a minimum lot width of 40 feet wide and a minimum lot area of 4,000 square feet. In 2024, the zoning ordinance was amended to allow non-conforming lots to apply for conditional use permits to allow them to be developed. Previously, these were heard by the Board of Zoning Appeals. The applicant is applying to get a CUP to split 3225 Marne Avenue from 3227 Martin Avenue. So right now, those properties together, they were held in common ownership in the past, which makes them one conforming zoning lot, meaning they meet both the lot width and lot area when they're together, which they were. But at some point, they were split apart and sold off separately. But when the zoning portion, we still look at them as one lot. So the request is to split them formally from from one zoning lot into two zoning lots and develop a single family home on a 30-foot wide, 3,000 square foot lot. The other lot, which is 3227, has the single-family home already and would also be 30 feet wide and 3,000 square feet. Here's a picture of the site. On the left, you can see the applicant's proposed plan. Normally, we've seen a lot of the lots that have come before you to be requested would be 25 feet. This is a little bit wider at 30 feet. And you can see the existing house on the right-hand side there. So when we look at the predominant pattern of the neighborhood, we looked at lots in 500 feet in either direction to determine what the predominant pattern is. And for as long as I've been with the city, 5 years, and I think for much longer than that, we've said the predominant pattern is anything that's greater than 50%. So even if it's one over, if we say it's one over, that is the predominant pattern. So we have 16 lots that are smaller than the minimum lot width and lot area, and 15 that are conforming lots to the designation of 50 feet and 5,000 square feet. So the predominant pattern in this area is smaller lots. So NFK 2050, the use would be consistent with the sustained traditional, which has which is single-use residential as a primary use. NFK 2050 contains goals and actions that are relevant to the proposal, including calling for the increased housing production and promoting purposeful infill and development that adheres to existing neighborhood form and character. The proposed development complies with the predominant pattern of the lot in the neighborhood, so this does align with NFK 2050, both in terms of the use and the purposeful infill development and supporting the additional housing production. Staff does recommend approval. The proposed use conforms to NFK 2050, like I said, and the development of narrow lots is consistent with this neighborhood. I was also informed that the neighboring property owner at 3227 was here in opposition of the application. I believe he filled out a card, but he said he needed to go to a doctor's appointment. Apparently, he was not aware that this was not his side yard. The Fairmount Park Civic League does support this application after they made a couple of revisions regarding the number of windows on the sides of the building. And that letter should be included in your packet.
And just a question, I know that the person, the neighbor isn't here, but they said they thought that was their side yard?
They were not aware that that was not their side yard, from what I was told.
Okay. Are they going to be directed to, I guess, obviously it's not his side yard, but so I guess some information showing that it isn't, so that he would know for sure?
We'll share that information, but also give him the contact information if he'd like to try to obtain the side yard.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Rob? All right, thank you very much. We do have the applicant here, Steve Boudrum. Would you like to add anything? Okay. Any questions for Mr. Boudrum?
I have a question.
Mr. Boudrum, if you would, please come up. Please start with your name and your mailing address, please.
Steve Boudrum, 81-03, Wonderful Avenue, Richmond Hill, New York.
Thank you.
And what type of house are you looking to build right there? Like, number of room
It's
size?
a single-family home.
Single family, like 3-bedroom, 4
Yeah,
bedroom?
3 bedrooms, yeah, 2
And
story.
are you selling it or you?
No,
renting
plan
out
to
to
live there.
family?
Plan to live there.
You gonna live there?
Yeah, not me, my son.
Your son's gonna live there?
Yeah.
Okay. And then, I guess you haven't talked to your neighbor yet regarding the situation, regarding the property? line? You know
I
there's a
haven't
fence
had any,
around it?
I haven't had any interactions with him whatsoever.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Boudrum? Thank you for coming out. I believe that the neighbor, Franklin Casavitino, but they're no longer here. Yeah, all right. Well, thank you to him for coming out. Any other questions for either the applicant or staff before we go to a vote? I think we're ready.
The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye, we'll make that recommendation to City Council. Thank you for coming out.
Okay, Item 12, Xiaoming Wang for the conditional use permit to operate a short-term rental unit, vacation rental, at 1328 Virgilina Avenue. The purpose of this request is to allow a single-family home to operate as a short-term rental unit.
Thank you, Susan. Chow Ming Wang is requesting a conditional use permit in order to operate a vacation rental in a 4-bedroom, single-family home on the north side of Virgilina Avenue between Beachview and Morwin Streets in the Bayview neighborhood. A short-term rental is consistent with NFK 2050. The property is zoned SF10. In this district, all vacation rentals are required to have a CUP in order to operate. Here's the site of the proposed short-term rental. We're not requesting any improvements. So the property does have a history of short-term rental use, and this slide is going to show for this property is on the left side and a related property, and I'll talk about that on the right side. So this property, 2021, they got a violation for operating without a CUP. In January, by October, they got a CUP, but they never activated it with the zoning permit or the business license. So in January of 2022, they got a violation for operating without the zoning permit or business license. And then they got one again in March of 2023. In April, the applicant had removed all of the short-term rental listings and the violation was closed. The CUP expired in October of 2023 and there have been no further violations since. At the mid-month, the question was asked about the applicant's experience. So the applicant did have this other property operating as a short-term rental at 9633 12th Bay. 2020 in September, that property got a violation for operating without approval. February of 2021, another violation for operating without approval. It did get a CUP in May of 2021. Again, it did not get the zoning permit or the business license. November 22, it got a violation for listing over the occupancy that was required in the CUP. May of 2023, that CUP expired, and they got another violation for continuing to operate beyond that expiration. It was also noted in 2023 that it was discovered that that property had an NRHA deed restriction, which prohibits any commercial use in the property for a period of usually 30 to 40 years. So they were notified of that. February 2025, they got another violation for operating without approval. And by August, they had paid the fine on that one. And that was the last violation on that property. So the neighborhood analysis, within 500 feet, approximately 70% of all residential parcels and 40% of all residential units are single family, all inclusive if this application is approved. Approximately 3.1% of residential parcels and 1.7% of residential units in 500 feet would be short-term rentals. So staff is recommending approval, subject to the conditions in the staff report, including a 2-year expiration. Any questions?
Any questions for Russell?
So the other property that had the deed restriction, that's still a short-term rental now?
No.
Okay.
That one ended after her fine was paid. We haven't seen it list anymore. And she is here today. She should be able to answer any more questions regarding the circumstances for those violations.
So since April of '23, there's not been any actions or activity?
Correct. The listings were removed. It was noted after that violation was closed, the listings were removed, and we have not seen them since.
Thank you. Ms. Wang? If you would, please. Please start with your name and your mailing address, please.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Xiaoming Wang, and I'm currently living 1705 Cabrillo Mills, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 23455.
Thank you. Maybe you can help us understand the progression of the violations starting from 2020 and on both properties ending in 2025.
So for the right side, the 9633 12th Bay, I got the house in 2020, and then I was working on get the CUP since then. And then, but back the time, I think we were actually changing the rules and stuff. So I was actually trying really hard because back the time the rule is not like this. Like you have to get signature from neighbors or something like that. So I keep knocking my neighbor's door and then he didn't answer and stuff. But finally I was working on that very hard and I get it. I got the permit on 2021. And then, so I got the house in 2020 and I got the permit in 2021. So I was like, really didn't stop working that. And then I actually get the business license. So I don't know why it says I didn't, but I get the business license as I was paying the tax, as long as the CUP was existing.
But when
And
did
then
you get the business license?
2021, right there.
Okay.
Oh.
But we don't have a record of it, though.
It was only at that time, so the applicant corrected. They had started listing prior to obtaining the zoning permit and a business license, which is why the staff cited them.
I see.
So, so I had it and I was paying for the tax. And then 2022, that was like the number violation of listing over occupancy. So I changed it as soon as I noticed that. And then expired in 2023, I request for renewal. But because I don't know, when I apply for the permit 2021, there's no problem. But then on 2023, it becomes a problem because nothing changes, but just because we find out there's a deed restriction. Even though really I didn't have any violation besides the one time the number of the gas, but I didn't have any report or any calling police or anything. And I talk to my neighbor constantly and see if they have any like noise problem or parking problem. Never. So but expired. So and then because I already purchased all those furnitures and everything, so I was just trying to make some of my money back. But then I learned my lessons because I get notice of a violation, and then I paid the fine and then stopped doing that. So for current house on 1328 Virginia Avenue, it was I got the permit 2021. I got the permit in 2021 as well. Actually,
October.
2022, and then I didn't activate because it was actually rented for long-term rental because I just got a pretty good deal on that. So there's a long-term rental going on. So I didn't really activate it. I didn't really get the business license because it didn't go that way. So and after that the renter left 1 year later, that I relisted because I think I get the CUP, I'm fine. But then I've been noticed that I don't have a business license, so that doesn't work. So I took it off, and that's it.
What I'm seeing is like an overlap of different violations. I'm seeing an overlap of different violations between the two properties, where there's listing it, let me make sure I'm looking at that correctly. Listing it above what is approved and not getting a business license, and they're overlapping between the two properties. So I wanted to understand from your perspective what might have been the disconnect there.
So what your question is?
Between the two properties, you were getting similar violations?
Yes.
And I wanted to make sure, I wanted to find out from you what could have been the disconnect between understanding the process of the CUP and getting a business license and also listing them appropriately.
So for the Virgilina, I actually get the CUP. So, but I didn't really do short-term rental because I get a long-term rental renter, the tenants. So they moved in, so I didn't have to, do short-term rental. That's why I didn't get a business license. I just let the long-term rental go in. And then after the long-term rental gets left, I listed because I think I have CUP, so I'm fine. But then I get the violation notice that I can't do this because I didn't have business license even though I have CUP. So I just took it off. I just took the listing off. It was on 2023, March and April. And I just, as soon as I see them together. I see them in my mailbox together. It was not like I saw the March one and just keep doing on April. No, I just saw it the one time and there was 2 notice. So I saw it. I'm like, okay, then no more. So I took the listing off and then I go back to long-term rental and that's it. So that's Virgilina house never really go to short-term rental. And then the other one is because after 2 years of expired, my CUP, I would try to renew, but because of the deed restriction, I couldn't renew it. So I was trying. I was doing wrong. So I tried to get my money back of all my expense. For the short-term rental, I even because I want to give enough of parking, so I don't have to bother my neighbor. So I even get a permit to expand my driveway. So I spend a lot of money on like doing things and buying stuff. So I was thinking I pay so much. I want to get some money back. So I did operate it without a CUP for a while, and then I get notice, and I stopped doing that. And I paid the fine. Yeah. So that was another house.
You were operating the short-term rental to get your money back, but you knew you didn't have the CUP.
Yeah.
I see.
And I deep in my heart I was thinking about why it's so unfair because I get the CUP and I didn't do anything wrong, and then I couldn't renew. But then, I learned my lesson, so I'm like, okay, so that's what it is. It's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Wang.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Ms. Wang?
I don't know if it's for her or were there any violations or calls for service or any time during either of these?
No.
I don't believe so, but I think Russell can answer that.
Sorry to make you get up, Russell.
He's got a bad hip, it's okay.
Yeah, I don't believe that there were any calls for service that were part of the short-term rentals or anything there.
Okay.
And we did not check the 9633 for calls for service because it's not part of this application, but the 1328 we do.
And if I'm understanding this, so the property that we're voting on here today is the one on the left, 1328 Virgilina Avenue. And it technically has not had an operating STR, correct?
It had a
Long-term
CUP
rental.
issued, so we did issue them a CUP.
Yeah.
But according to the applicant, it never actually operated. Now, when we write the violation, the operation is the listing of the property for less than 30 days. So if she lists it for less than 30 days, she's in violation, even if she never actually secures a tenant for less than 30 days.
But it has not operated, Virgilina did not operate as a short-term rental at least advertised as a short-term rental since April of '23, I believe.
No, it's just never really get a short-term rental for real. I was just because after
But it was listed.
Yeah. After the long-term one removed out, I was give a try, but then I soon realized it doesn't work, and I actually talked to my neighbors and asked them if it's okay for them to do the short-term rental. I physically, like face-to-face, asked them, and they're fine because I have enough of parking. That's what they care the most. Because it's a newer house, so I have a big a driveway bigger than all my neighbors, and then I will. I live like about 15 minutes away from there, so if anything happens, they all know my number, so I can show up. And then even for my other ones, when I was operating it, like I've been doing very good with the parking, the noise, and the trash control. So it's like if I will screen my guests very hard to prevent if there's any party or event happen. If they bring kids, I encourage them because I know it's just family visit, and I also encourage them to like the working parties because it's very close to the naval bases, and then there's always like working parties from other state coming, and I get those a lot. And they never really create any problems. They literally just stay there for sleep and then go back to work. And then if I see like a group, like large group of people, and that they're young, they don't have kids, I would kind of like just reject them. So I never really have like complaint from neighbor for party or event or even parking. because there's one time my neighbor mentioned about, hey, you know what, we kind of don't have the fence in between us from the front yard. So I immediately placed a fence in the front yard, so it divided to two places, so there's nobody can park anything there. So I take care of my house very well, and I really care about my neighbors' feeling. I constantly talk to them and ask them if they have any question or any problem with me. I will solve it like very quickly, and I would text my my guests when I was operating them Tuesday night. I tell them, hey, tomorrow is a trash pickup day. Would you please pull the trash bin out on the curb for tomorrow's pickup? If they reply me, good. If they don't reply me, I will drive there and pull them out by myself, and then pull them back on the following day. So like, I take care of my house like my baby. So I do good job at this. So I know I did some violation by operating without permit, but I really do in the right way. Like it really didn't bother anybody. Yeah, I mean, I can even provide you guys like my neighbor's number, the name, like they definitely gonna see something good about me.
Thank you, Ms. Wang.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Ms. Wang.
Thank you.
All right, any questions or comments before we go to vote? All right, thank you.
The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Pendleton?
No.
Mr. Bateman?
I'm a vote no.
And Ms. Sutter?
I'm going to vote no as well. Thank you for coming out, Ms. Wang. Thank you.
Item number 13, Elite and E Investments LLC for a conditional use permit to operate short-term rental unit, vacation rental, at 5434 Tidewater Drive. The purpose of this request is to allow a single-family home to operate as a short-term rental unit.
Location sites the east of Tidewater Drive, south of Norview Avenue. This is in the Fairmount Park neighborhood. It's currently a 5-bedroom, single-family home built in 1951, and the proposal is to allow the operation of a vacation short-term rental. Proposed use does not conflict with NFK 2050. Zoning is SFT, single-family traditional. In this district, a CUP is required to operate a vacation rental regardless of bedroom count. Here's a picture of the site. The site is a bit unusual. As you can see, the red circle is the access from Tidewater Drive. Guests and property owners will have to enter the Stonebridge Manor Apartments, make a left turn, enter the home in the back. We can see that blue circle is and the green pin. There is an access easement as well as a written agreement provided by the Stonebridge Manor Apartment Complex to allow access to the site. Here's a picture of the site. As a condition, the driveway will be paved with concrete ribbons to accommodate 3 spaces, and the brick walkway to the home will be extended. Atlantic Rental Homes will be used for property management, and they operate 4 of their short-term rentals in the city of Norfolk. Within 500 feet, 74% of residential parcels are single-family, and 6% of residential units are single-family. If approved, 5% of residential parcels and 0.3% of residential units within 500 feet would be short-term rentals. Staff does recommend approval, subject to the conditions in the staff report, to include driveway improvements to accommodate 3 spaces, a posted exterior sign visible from the property entrance, a notification to guests that parking in Stonebridge Manor Apartment is prohibited. The Fairmount Park Civic League supports the application on the condition trash is properly managed. Guests do not park in the apartment complex parking lot. No guests are allowed more than total guests allowed no more than 10, and noise is carefully monitored. Any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? All right, we do have the applicant here, Martino Nguyen. If you would please come up. Your name and your mailing address first, please.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. My name is Martino Nguyen, and I'm currently reside at 6360 Jonathan Cove Drive, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 23464. Yeah, thank you.
I'd like to know how you might manage your guests to make sure that they're parking appropriately and the things within the conditions.
So, unfortunately, our rental company personnel not here today. It would be better for him to answer the question, but I believe we would follow all the rule and regulation that we will receive from Norfolk to make sure that that's why we are, after the approval, we will build the ribbon concrete for them to park to allow 3 cars to be parked on the concrete. And we will have the emergency sign, 24 hours emergency sign posted at the right location. And we have our company manage for us with regarding to booking and exiting of the guests and all of the requirement that the guests are supposed to follow with regarding to the company regulation. And
I'm curious about the sign. Where will it be posted?
The sign will be posted, let me see if I have the question. Will be right in front of the entrance and will be on the left side. That's what is recommended by the city.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any other questions for Mr. Nguyen?
You said you have a rental management company?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions or discussion before we go to a vote? If we're ready.
The motion is to recommend approval of the conditional use permit, subject to the conditions contained in the staff report. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
I'm going to vote aye. I would like to hear more about how the parking will be managed, but I imagine that'll be discussed at City Council. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Item number 14, 2610 Church Street LLC, to vacate a 12-foot wide alley located between East 26th and East 27th Street and east of Church Street.
Thank you, Susan. So what we have here is a request to vacate or close an alleyway for future commercial development. It's located east of Church Street between 27th and 26th Streets. Surrounding the right-of-way to be closed, zoned, or property zone CC or community commercial. It is consistent with the future land use map, which allocates this site as community mixed use. And Norfolk 2050 encourages development of underutilized sites. And indeed, adjacent to the alleyway facing Church Street is a shuttered mechanic shop and vacant land. So not part of this review is this site plan, but I did want to, it is part of the story, so I did want to bring it to your attention. Right now, there are tentative plans to build an auto zone on this site, and these are just preliminary site plans. Here we see a picture of the right-of-way to be closed, looking both south and north. There are no utilities here, no objections from city departments. The closure will not affect surrounding development or traffic, and the local civic league does not oppose this. My final slide, staff recommends approval. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Joy. We do have the applicant here, Kyle Corte. Would you like to please come up and your name and your mailing address, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Kyle Corte. I'm an attorney representing the applicant. My address is 4417 Corporation Lane, Virginia Beach, Virginia. I'm welcome to answer any questions from the Planning Commission.
Have any questions? Thank you so much
Thank you
for
for your
coming
time.
out. Certainly. Susan, I think we might be ready to vote.
The motion is to recommend approval of the street closure. Dr. Whibley?
Aye.
Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton?
Aye.
Mr. Bateman?
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter?
Aye. We'll make that recommendation to City Council.
Okay, and then our item on new business, this is St. Paul's Protestant Episcopal Church for a development certificate to add a solar canopy to a portion of the parking lot at 201 St. Paul's Boulevard.
All right, thank you, Susan. So St. Paul's Protestant Episcopal Church is requesting a development certificate in order to add solar canopies to the existing parking lot islands. The proposal is consistent with NFK 2050. Specifically, it supports goal number 4 of embracing nature. The property is zoned downtown business center. A development certificate is required for all development within a downtown district. So there's the site for the proposal. It's on the Cumberland Street side, which is the side between the church and MacArthur Center. I will note that they do not need any waivers for this. And on that, I will turn that over to Elizabeth She's going to talk about ARB's recommendation.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This item came to the Architectural Review Board on May 11th. So the church itself is not going to be subjected to any changes with this application, though I will note that letters from the Downtown Norfolk Civic League and the Downtown Norfolk Council both expressed concern about potential impacts of the new solar canopy on the historic character of the church. So I will just mention it briefly. Construction date 1739 was the original structure. Other dates are 1776, so it's a little old. The parking lot, however, is not historic. The parcel itself is one of the most heavily forested ones in downtown, and a number of mature trees actually encircle much of the historic church. That obscures a lot of the views. I have some other photos of the site. This is looking at Cumberland towards the church itself. The median that you see in the center is where the canopies will be installed. There are 7 existing trees there. They are established, but they are not mature or heritage trees. They will need to be removed in order for the canopy to be installed. So this is showing you that general location. The product itself is from Solarscapes. The roof shape is going to be a butterfly roof, so essentially a V shape. And the posts will be about 8 feet high, and the outside edge of the panels will be about 14 feet high. So these are the other views that you would see of the canopy. So on the left, that's also looking from Cumberland. On the right, that's looking from East City Hall back towards MacArthur Center. Again, from Cumberland on the left and the right. And then this is looking across from East City Hall. So when the Architectural Review Board reviewed this application, they did take into account the potential visual impact of a modern structure in the parking lot on the church. And these types of views, most of those trees are actually magnolias, so they are evergreen. There's very little visual impact from the board's point of view. The system comes in over 50 different shades. One of the recommended conditions from the Architectural Review Board is that the canopy be a dark color, like a dark green. And the applicant did work on providing a rendering to give a better sense of the scale. He did want to note that it is not professionally done. He worked on this himself, so it is a fair representation, but it is not necessarily minutely to scale. So this is showing it with a green. This is not necessarily the green that would be provided from the company itself. It is one long canopy for the stretch of the median, and it is expected to provide 100% of the energy needs for the church. This is an example of a larger iteration of this structure installed in Florida. And with a vote of 5-0, the board did recommend unanimously to recommend approval with some conditions, one being that low plantings that are shade tolerant that can sustain being planted underneath the canopy be installed in the median to avoid any erosion issues. If the canopy is ever removed, that trees are replanted there if the median is to remain. And then again, that condition about a dark color for the canopy to help it blend into the background and not compete with the site.
Any questions for Liz?
Yeah, could you go back to the very beginning where you, well, in your comment about the Downtown Norfolk Civic League and their comments, what is your recommendation on those comments? Do they impact our decision today to recommend development certificate?
So from staff's perspective, and this is what we recommended to the Architectural Review Board, given the visual separation of these sites, and I'm going to go to this slide here because I think that this best demonstrates the difference in these two halves of the parcel. When you're traveling on East City Hall, Cumberland is a little bit different, but this other cross street on the other side of, parallel to this road, they appear to be separate parcels. So because of that, given the context of this area, this isn't like with one of our historic districts, this is an isolated site. So when we look at a site that is that isolated, an accessory structure that is more than 100 feet from that structure, it really starts to take on less of an impact, which is why staff recommended approval of the design. The other thing that we typically will consider when looking at impacts to historic resources is, does it create a false sense of history? How easy is it to differentiate? This is a very modern structure. No one's going to mistake this from something that we put up in 1740. So because of that, and because we know that there's going to be other redevelopment downtown, and there's other existing context here that is more modern, we feel that it fits into that context, which is what we recommended to the board, and that was similar to their discussion. So the concerns were, what are the impacts to the potential impacts to the historic structure, and that is what staff and the board considered.
Any other questions? Thank you, Liz.
Thanks.
Do we have anything further? No? All right. Well, we do have the applicant here, Chris Majors. Mr. Majors, if you'll start with your name and your mailing address, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Majors. I live at 2516 Pinto Drive in Virginia Beach, Virginia. I am a member of the church, and I'm on the Property and Grounds Committee. This is a project we're looking into that will hopefully save the church a considerable amount of money over the next 25 years. That's why we're looking at this. I think the initial estimate was in the neighborhood of $750,000 in avoided electricity costs. And that will help our operating budget quite a bit over those 25 years. So with that, I'm here to answer any other questions you might have.
Questions for Mr. Major? Thank you for coming.
Okay, thank you.
We do have someone else signed up to speak who is undecided, Jean Kitchener.
I'm just here to observe, listen, support.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for coming out. If there are no other questions or discussion, I think we're ready to vote. Oh, I'm
Just,
sorry.
Madam Chair, just to clarify, as Russell noted, this does not require any waivers to the development certificate, which means the action of the Planning Commission is the final approval.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the motion is to recommend approval of the development certificate. Dr. Whibley.
Aye.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton.
Aye.
Mr. Bateman.
Aye.
And Ms. Sutter.
Aye. Thank you so much for coming out.
Now back up to regular agenda item number 1, City Planning Commission for a zoning text amendment to the Norfolk zoning ordinance to create an overlay district that restricts the application process for new short-term rental units, vacation rentals, and to rezone the property in the Willoughby area of the city to apply the overlay district.
Good afternoon, Planning Commission. The Planning Commission initiated a text amendment at the request of the Willoughby Civic League to limit new applications for short-term rentals in the Willoughby area, noting that there are different impacts that happen to the Willoughby area as identified that are different than other areas in the city. On May 4th, this Planning Department conducted a public meeting in order to obtain comment. We mailed every property owner and every short-term rental operator in Willoughby a postcard giving them the date and time of this May 4th meeting as well as today's public hearing meeting. And we allowed them, as similar to the public hearing, 3 minutes to speak and provide their comments. The zoning text amendment limits the application of vacation rentals through the conditional use permit process to those that only currently legally exist. So this proposal was requested by the Civic League to only allow the existing vacation rentals to continue to operate through the approval process. The conditional use permit that's proposed addresses both administrative and existing conditional use permit vacation rentals. This will be a change for them, and no new locations can request approval for a vacation rental. And again, to note, this does not impact homestays, and homestays are where the applicant or the person operating the short-term rental has the home as their primary residence and rents it out. Over 80 citizens came to the meeting with 35 speakers that provided comments. Those that were in favor of the proposed text amendment provided information noting that Willoughby has the highest percentage of vacation rentals throughout the city, that too many vacation rentals make it difficult to create a community. Short-term rentals create noise and impacts to a community that is different than other residents. The burden of reporting falls on the residents, and there should be a density limit similar to Hampton or other localities that have implemented it. Those that made comments against the text amendment, focus should be on enforcement. Short-term rentals represent a small portion of the housing stock. The existing motels in the area provide more sources of crime than the existing short-term rentals. There were concerns about subjecting the administrative approved vacation rentals to the conditional use permit process. Short-term rentals contribute to taxes, local businesses, tourism, neighborhood revitalization. There was also a comment about the Willoughby area being designated as a tourism zone. And they did note that the Hampton model, though minus the density cap, is a good option. So that was stated towards the end of the meeting. And again, these are a summary of the comments. There was no consensus of comments. I'm just trying to provide high-level comments. Because there was some point made about the Hampton ordinance, I want to provide some information that staff was able to pull together on the Hampton short-term rental ordinance. They have a cap of 1% based on housing units of vacation rentals across each zone, and they have multiple zones that are throughout the city. Each portion of the city is broken into zones. They do have a required 300-foot separation between all vacation rentals, except that 2 can be side by side. All vacation rentals are allowed administratively. The use permit only is required if they exceed 5 bedrooms, 10 guests, does not meet the parking standards, or if they plan on hosting events. And again, one key difference that is from ours is that they do not have expiration on their administrative or their use permits that they have. Again, there's no limit on homestays, and again, there were comments from both sides that said that this was something that we should try to review. This is the area in question. This is Willoughby. This is essentially from Third View West. That is being considered for both the rezoning to apply this overlay district, as well as to apply these new limitations in the text that's proposed in the zoning ordinance. For some of this information, and the commission will remember, this is data and information that I provided to you at your mid-month meeting as part of my presentation. The current statistics for Willoughby show that as far as housing units, there are existing 2,000 housing units, with 3.6% of those housing units, or 72 short-term rentals, are in that area. And again, this is a shifting and moving number because we have numbers of folks that fall off the list and apply to get on the list, either as administrative or through the conditional use permit process. So we're just trying to freeze in time this information. So this is based off of the May 4th, 2026 data. From 2024 to present, as I had staff pull through our database, our enforcement database, we had 72 short-term rental related complaints. In other words, the complainant actually stated that they believed it was a short-term rental that was having issues. We gave 77 total short-term rental related violations. So the staff has been out issuing violations to those that violate the short-term rental ordinance. 6 of those violations went to permitted operators, while 71 went to unapproved operators over that since 2024. So as you can see, the number of that enforcement is on the unapproved operators. Again, as I provided to you during your mid-month meeting, Willoughby, it's clear that this is an area for case study for the city. There are perceived impacts by the community, as well as there are perceived overregulation by the operators. And there could be an opportunity for an attempted balance by current city regulations between the citizens and the operators. Staff's current observations, based on the research that was requested by the Planning Commission as well as by the public, the community is reporting more potential violations. I took those slides out, but as you know from the presentation I provided, we provided all that data that showed what we were able to pull from the city reporting data for complaints, as well as the American Community Survey census information that provided a lot of the other information that we were looking at. There are concerns with the community cohesiveness versus someone operating a small business. Impacts of short-term rentals vary depending on the data reviewed, and so they couldn't be, depending on what you're looking at, they could be an improvement to the community, but there could also be impacts. The short-term rentals do not appear to provide a direct impact to housing affordability based on the comparison to city trends. And complaints are increasing, which means there is a felt amount of increase of issues, but the violations issued are steady. So as either if the complaints come in or they get resolved before we get there, as you know, our current posture for inspections is compliance, not just the hammer. So the key is to get compliance and assure that what the issue was outstanding has been corrected, not necessarily just writing a violation. And I will say that the Hampton model, based on comparing it to our current situation with the short-term rental operations that we have in the city, creates challenges with the current approvals that are in place. Okay. Provide that as a high-level overview and summary of kind of where we're at this moment, at least from the staff's observations. To summarize the zoning text amendment, this will create a new zoning overlay district that prohibits new vacation rentals. Again, the proposal reflects what was requested by the Willoughby Civic League regarding how, and also reflects how we can legally accomplish those goals. All existing vacation rentals within the new overlay district may reapply for approval through the CUP process. That includes both administrative and those that have conditional use permits. And the proposed regulations do not affect homestays or their current approval process. Okay, so that is what is proposed in the text. That text has not changed since May 4th, which was the original text I sent out to the Planning Commission, as well as was shared with the public during the public comment period. The summary of the continued summary, the area subject to the regulations will be rezoned to apply the overlay district to the properties. So this area outlined is commonly known as the Willoughby area, which is from Third View to the west. And this is where this, as it is currently proposed, is where the short-term rental overlay will apply, which will prohibit new vacation rentals and will change the approval process for existing vacation rentals. If the Planning Commission does choose to proceed, and I know there has been discussions and concerns about proceeding with this request, staff does recommend approval of the zoning text amendment, understanding that there is additional changes that may be necessary to appropriately address short-term rentals and the operations of vacation rentals citywide. And with that, I stand by for any questions.
Questions for Mr. Tahan?
Mr. Tahan, can you also, there was some confusion, I think, about whether this was time-based, and could you answer that clarity?
These regulations are a change to the zoning ordinance, which are the land use regulations of the city. They cannot be placed in a time where they burn off, where it stops. What would be required in order to do that would be another text amendment that would change the regulations to another way. So we do understand that the request was made to put the statement was to limit the new short-term rentals for up to 5 years to allow things to stabilize. It can't be done to be time prohibited or to prohibit another city council from taking action. And so right now what reflects is what we can legally do by the Code of Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Tahan. We do have quite a few folks available to speak. I would ask you to not waive, if that's okay. If you signed up to speak, you can ask your questions then? Okay. And I did also want to make an announcement. If the item that you came to speak upon, if it's already been heard, you may leave if you like, but you're also welcome to stay. All right. I'd like to start with a few of the folks who are proponents of this text amendment, this overlay, who do not wish to speak. I want to acknowledge you and thank you for coming. Rosemary Holmes, I believe it's Kathleen McLean, and Rob Witch. Thank you so much for coming out. We also have folks who signed up. Thank you. Just one moment, please.
So this person said proponent, but I think she likely meant.
Okay. Okay. Cynthia Hall, were you in agreement with the overlay or in opposition to the overlay? Opposition. Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure I put you in the right pot. Thank you. Of course. Joan Tipton. You signed up as a proponent and you did say you wish to speak. You certainly may, if you'd like. And since we have quite a few people signed up to speak, if James Matson would be prepared to come up next. Thank you, Ms. Tipton.
Good afternoon.
Thank
3
you.
minutes, right?
3 minutes.
Right, I'll go quick. I live at 1639 East Ocean View Avenue in Cottage Line, but I own a short-term rental in Willoughby.
Speak, yes.
Sorry, I own a short-term rental in Willoughby. I've been watching this issue as an STR owner in Willoughby, a resident of Ocean View, and a woman living in the area. So when you're deciding on STR density in Willoughby and potentially Ocean View overall, I'd like for you to carefully consider the aspects of community and safety. When communities talk about short-term rentals, it's not a question of whether they should exist. We love having short-term rentals in the area. We are grateful for good quality, well-managed STRs. The question is not, should we have STRs, but the question is, how many STRs is too many before our neighborhood stops being a neighborhood? When the house or houses next door have strangers rotating in and out, permanent residents lose the familiarity and safety that comes from knowing your neighbors. As a woman in our society today, safety is always on our minds. We have to constantly think, am I safe in my surroundings? Every time we get out of our car, walk into a new situation, when we're at home, we have to ask, are we safe here? And if I'm not safe, what is my plan? If something were to happen to me or around my home, or God forbid someone's chasing me, where would I go to get immediate help? And it's sad that we have to think like this, but we do. I am very lucky that I have neighbors where I know their schedule, they know ours. We tell them when we're going to be out of town, we get each other's mail and packages, I walk their dog, they feed my cat. But most importantly, we'd all notice if something seemed wrong or off at each other's house. That is community, and that is what makes neighborhoods work. With STRs, you have a series of temporary visitors who don't know about the neighbors or the neighborhood. And in the off-season months, STRs can be unoccupied for extended periods. So there's no one there to help if there's an immediate need. So my point is, STRs in our neighborhoods are good to have, great to have even. But having too many can be detrimental. Communities are built on relationships, stability, and mutual accountability. And while STRs provide our community multiple benefits, absolutely, when they become too concentrated, they erode the very thing that makes neighborhoods feel safe and connected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tipton. James Mattson, and after Mr. Mattson is Bill Hartley.
Hi, my name is James Mattson, and I live at 603 West Ocean View Avenue. I know my opinion is going to likely be in the minority of today's session. I had to take work off to attend this. This is not my side hustle. This is not my hobby. This is not my growing portfolio. This is where I live, and I'm fortunate enough to have the ability to take off time to speak about something your constituents have already overwhelmingly voted in favor of at a meeting that anyone in Willoughby Spit was welcome to attend. You drafted up this overlay, so you know what's in it. So when people say we're trying to take away their STRs, you know that's false. We're just taking away their future competition. In addition, I'd be supportive of scrapping the CUP requirement. Those that have done things the right way don't deserve to be hit with additional hoops to jump through. Enforcement should be focused on finding those doing things illegally. But for some, that's not what this is about. It's not about keeping what they already have. It's about continuing to add more and more revolving doors to a community with 3 ways in and 1 way out. After sacrificing a stable, family-centric community in favor of additional personal financial gain. Willoughby is 2 miles long. We already have a lion's share of short-term rentals in this area and 2 hotels. And to the naysayers, that is confirmed on Google. Number 1, fix our hotels. But if the question is, are we able to meet demand, look at Airbnb. This weekend, there are 11 homes available. Next weekend, 7. Even July 4th still has 6, not including hotel rooms. Open it up to a 10-mile radius, we're talking hundreds each weekend. We don't have a supply issue. Military families, graduations, family retreats, they have their pick of where they want to stay, even on a day's notice. And that doesn't even touch the off-season when open inventory turns parts of our neighborhood into a ghost town. Also, let's stop with the don't believe your lying eyes narrative. I realize that some of the people that are here believe that their opinions matter more than the have-nots, as one opponent of the proposal so eloquently put it. That their eyes, their ears, their intuition is so much better than the residents. Oh, there's trash, loud music, can't be the frat guys, must be the couple who's lived here for 10 years. No one has ever said that STRs are the only cause of issues in Willoughby, but I'm tired of hearing how STRs are the savior of our community, the reason we aren't drowning in prostitution and drugs. We can recognize your contribution without applauding your choice to turn a house into a business. Willoughby has changed because of who lives here, not who visits here. We were told that each STR is a small business, so anyone looking to purchase in Willoughby will have to compete against businesses to purchase their home. Our community is extremely diverse economically, racially, and culturally. Are we willing to sacrifice affordable housing for the most vulnerable in favor of unfettered access to businesses? To our council members here tonight, are you willing to come to our community during a Civic League event staffed by full-time residents and defend your choices while asking for our votes?
Thank you, Mr. Mattson. Bill Hartley. And after him, Wanda Howard.
My name is Bill Hartley. I live at 1530 Sheila Avenue in Willoughby. Two neighborhoods can have the same STR percentage, but radically different experiences. Deliberately spaced STRs are manageable. Tight clusters of STRs, you end up with maps that look like this, where we have a bunch of people grouped together with STRs. The March 12th Planning Committee meeting, staff presented two different ways to measure STR density: the housing unit density metric and the residential partner parcel metric. Opponents of the overlay prefer the housing unit metric because it counts every long-term rental and apartment inside every multifamily building, dramatically inflating the denominator and making STR presence appear lower than it actually is on the ground. Tonight I want to address a simple but important point. When we evaluate the impact of short-term rentals on the neighborhood, the percentage of residential parcels with STRs is a far more accurate and meaningful metric than the percentage of housing units. Our reason is straightforward. Norfolk has already established a 300-foot diameter impact area as the standard for understanding how an STR affects its surroundings. That circle is not drawn around housing units, it's drawn around parcels, the actual lived-in properties where neighbors experience noise, turnover, and late-night activity. So if our impact standard is parcel-based, our measures should also be parcel-based as well. Parcel percentage reveals the true pattern where STRs are spaced out and where they are tightly clustered, that residents fall within that 300 foot of multiple STRs, and that's the condition that residents are most concerned about. Parcel percentage aligns with that reality. It shows distribution, not just a count. It highlights clustering, not just totals. And it helps the city position future STRs in a way that protects residential stability while allowing responsible operators to participate. In short, housing unit percentage will tell you how big the denominator is. Parcel percentage tells you how many people are actually experiencing STRs on their street. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Wanda Howard. Tom Holmes. And after Mr. Holmes, Elizabeth. I will need help. Okay, you know you're next. Okay.
Tom Holmes, I live on Toller in Willoughby. Instead of using specific tools like diameters and concentrating where these short-term rentals are and things of that nature, on how you measure them, I'd like to measure them by how many times you have to pick up the trash, take in your neighbor's trash can. How often do you have to do things like that? Do you call the city of Norfolk about that? No, you take care of it yourself. You're familiar with the silent majority? Here we are. You don't hear from us unless there's a problem that we're very concerned about. So when we talk about things of this nature, specific measurements and how we calculate things of that nature, consider the human nature of these problems and whether or not you're taking care of the silent majority. Thank you very much.
Mr. Holmes. Ms. Elizabeth? Your name and your mailing address.
Good afternoon. My name is Elizabeth Gallo. My mailing address is 1136 Little Bay Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia, 23503. I would like to share STR owners are not engaged in our Willoughby community. The majority of them do not live here. They are not here for the Clean the Bay Day. They are not here for our Christmas toy drive. They are not here to replenish the doggy waste bags on the beach. They are not here to pick up litter off the streets. They are not helping to restock our 2 little community libraries. And they are not here to help with the fish fry and flea market from which the proceeds go to help the disadvantaged in our own community. They do have, however, have a knack for showing up at our Civic League meetings in full force with posters, signs, prepared speeches, and angry rhetoric complaining about not upholding community standards, not about our safety, but about their money. They dismiss our concerns and issues as being fake, yet there are documented accounts with pictures, videos, and eyewitnesses. SDR owners continue to push their distorted data and statistics, including the number of complaints, knowing full well their complaint totals are misconstrued because different city agencies are not able to share their reports. STRs are not trying to help our community. They're not trying to solve the problem. It's only deny, deny, deny. In 2017, the justification for the STR business was it will clean up the blight. Instead, we are robbing Peter to pay Paul. We're trading one problem for a different one. Instead of vacant rundown houses, we now have hotel-like dwellings with rotating and unruly tenants living next door to us 24/7 who feel they have every right to disrupt our lives in every way imaginable. This is not making our neighborhood better, as suggested. This, in fact, is a disaster. It's a disease, and it's a disease that must be reined in. Kind of a funny story when I tell my out-of-town friends the continuing escapades of the STRs around me. For some reason, they think I'm talking about STDs. Their responses are usually, "Oh my God, you have STDs in the neighborhood and the city's investigating? Where in the world do you live?" I have to explain the acronym. Well, truth be told, it does feel like I'm living next to a disease. I sincerely apologize for the vulgar reference, but I have 5 in a 360-degree around me. 5. How many do you live next to? And I am anticipating 2 more applying shortly. SCR owners complain, "You can't tell us what to do with our property." Well, as Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes once said, there are no unbridled freedoms. Your rights are not unlimited. In fact, he established the clear and present danger rule. You don't have the right to be reckless with your car, with your speech, or with your property. Citizens, though, have given government the right to protect our health, safety, and general welfare. In fact, it's in our state constitution.
I apologize, I have to cut you off. We have
Not a
lots of
problem.
people to
Thank
speak.
you.
I do appreciate you coming out. Valerie Black? And after Ben Robinette.
Good afternoon, Valerie Black, 1114 Toller Place. I watched the video of the planning meeting on May 14th, and I want to thank those of you who asked thought-provoking questions and showed genuine interest in our joint concerns while also posing questions of your own. One concern was the lack of representation. A review of the Norfolk registered STRs in Willoughby against the Willoughby Civic League membership roster shows 2/3 of the registered STR owners are not Civic League members. If anyone feels unrepresented, maybe become a member, attend our meetings, and participate in our community. Commissioners, I hope you had the opportunity to review those who spoke at the May 4th public hearing. Every single proponent of the overlay was a Willoughby citizen, a Willoughby resident. A number of opponents were not Willoughby residents and or Civic League members. 2 neighboring Civic League presidents were also in neutral attendance, but they made comments including, Willoughby needs limits. You don't need high density to have problems, and Willoughby just needs to get a handle on the situation. One mentioned 3 factors that minimize problems regarding STRs: comprehensive vetting, density control, and enforcement. I personally don't know of any issues with the current vetting process, but the density control and enforcement are in a massively concerning state. A number of overlay opponents support the Hampton model. You can see what Willoughby looks like. You've seen it on the map with the circles. You can see what Willoughby looks like under the Hampton Road, under the Hampton model parameters. 300-foot buffer is not conducive to Willoughby's housing density and already overlaps in most areas, and we have 3 times as many STRs as Hampton. If anything, the 500-foot buffer would be a better option for Willoughby. As for enforcement about unregistered STRs and undocumented violations, really? It's probably the most unifying topic amongst all of us because it diminishes the quality of life for residents while also casting an invalid perception over well-managed STRs. Lastly, I hope you read the letters sent ahead of this meeting. Residents feel our community is being choked out by the ever-increasing number of STRs. Residents moved here to live out their lives and build families. The letters from STR advocates talk about the right to make money here. There is a difference. Ironically, whatever you decide today doesn't finish this discussion. There's still so much work to be done, and I believe the Civic League and Strive can work together toward that end. But we can't keep churning out more and more STRs while the density and enforcement concerns only grow deeper. You have to ask yourself, how would you feel about living next door to 2 or 3 STRs? And worse yet, what if they were non-compliant? Please approve this overlay so we can begin to repair our community and create better guidelines for everyone. Thank you.
Ben Robinette, and after Mr. Robinette, Rusty West.
I'm Ben Robinette. I live at 1124 Toller Place. I've lived there a little under 2 years. When I moved in, there was 1 STR within a stone's throw, and now there are 4. I had another speech prepared, but I'm going to go ahead and ask something a little more light and stuff. How many of you like ice cream? Come on, we all like ice cream, right? STR is the ice cream of the city. They're good to have, in moderation. There's no reason, you couldn't live on ice cream. If all you had was ice cream, you'd have pretty much a wasted system in your body. That's what you get if you keep going on unlimited STRs. This commission has a chance right now to recommend to the council to put a hold on stuff so that we can study this, find out what is the best balance for this, the STRs versus the neighborhood. What's going to make it so people still want to come to Willoughby and Norfolk for their vacations using STRs, as well as those who want to come and raise families, like myself and many of the others here. So I ask you, if you like ice cream, support this.
Thank you, Mr. Robinette. Mr. West, and after Mr. West, Linda Harrell.
Good afternoon. My name is Rusty West. I live at 1216 West Ocean View Avenue in Willoughby. I'm the president of the Willoughby Civic League. Just wanted to give you a little reference of what Willoughby's about. Willoughby is a community of homes. We are friends and neighbors living in a residential neighborhood. We moved here for the quiet beach life. In most cases, we know the people who live beside us and across the street. They are our neighbors, and we can depend on them for major issues or small issues, like feeding our cat when we're on vacation. They are great. They greet us by name, and we do the same. We help each other clean up after the storm or the hurricane. We are there for each other. Neighbors are not just homeowners, but they are sometimes renters too. With the growing number of STRs in Willoughby, we are losing that feeling of community and neighborhood. In the best case scenario, life next to an STR is like living next to a mini motel. People come and go, mostly on the weekends. The people in the STR are like the people you may find in a room next to you if you're staying in a motel. You don't know, they don't know you, and you don't know them. You know they are only there for a short time, and meeting others is not part of their planned vacation. Think of the last time you stayed in a motel. Did you speak to or get to know the people in the rooms next door? These are not neighbors. Worst case scenario is you have new people in the short-term rental, and they treat the house and neighborhood with no respect for the residents around them. Quite honestly, they can make life miserable for the local residents next door. Now imagine you have 2, 3, or 4 of these on your street. The overlay will cap the current density at 58 and allow the city and Civic League to spend more time on searching for the unregistered STRs. Willoughby is not a business opportunity for us, the residents. It is our homes, neighbors, and our community. With the overlay, we are not asking to remove any existing STRs. We are asking for a cap on how many STRs are in Willoughby. Last year, the number of STRs in Willoughby increased by 30%. Administrative STRs are allowed by right, so there is no mechanism to stop this rapid growth. We are a mere 2 miles long and 400 yards wide. The city knows there are a large number of unregistered illegal STRs in Willoughby. Add the unregistered STRs to the legal STRs, and we are already swamped in Willoughby. To those that want to continue to expand the number of STRs in Willoughby, I would ask, when is enough enough? How many is too many? 75, 80, 90, 100? No matter how you calculate the density, we have enough STRs now in Willoughby. Thank you.
Linda Harrell.
I'm Linda Harrell. I live at 768 West Ocean View Avenue, Norfolk, Virginia. Please vote for no more short-term rentals on Willoughby Spit. Our family has a long history in Willoughby. My mother grew up there, next to Willoughby Chapel. I remember visiting my grandparents there. The backyard was Little Bay, where we swam, fished, crabbed, and played in the sand. My brother and sister-in-law built a home there in 1981. He also built and managed a boat brokerage business at Willoughby Marina for 40 years, which facilitated boat transactions all over the country. We moved to Willoughby 37 years ago and have raised our children and our grandchildren there. As you can see, our roots go deep into the fabric of Willoughby. This neighborhood has been people living in a beautiful place, supporting and helping each other, enjoying life, and taking care of the neighborhood together. With the overwhelming number of short-term rentals, we find ourselves surrounded by people who are here today and gone tomorrow. They don't care about the problems of speeding traffic on Ocean View Avenue, trash on the street and beach, crime, or people camping on the beach and leaving a mess behind. Those of us who are there every day, year after year, work together for the betterment of the community. Isn't that what the city wants also? The more STRs we have, the more people who care will be moving away. Please do not allow any more short-term rentals. Please preserve what is left of a community that truly cares about our neighborhood and each other. Put yourselves in our shoes. Is this what you would like for your neighborhood?
Thank you, Ms. Harrell. Ron McLean. And after Mr. McLean, Kelly Pearson.
I'm Ron McLean. I live at 1112 Toller Place. That was my big sister. I've lived at Willoughby for 44 years. I raised my children there. I raised my grandchildren there. And I'm speaking today because I care about Willoughby and I care about Norfolk. I went to Larchmont Elementary School. I'm from Norfolk. My parents are from Norfolk. My grandparents are from Norfolk. So if we just suspend for a few minutes the idea, and let's just say that all short-term rentals follow all the rules, all their guests are polite, and everything is nice, it's done like it's done, we still have too many STRs. We need to put the brakes on STRs. Right now, there are no brakes. Right now, everybody that wants to can come down, buy a piece of property, fill out the paperwork, and they can have an STR. It doesn't matter how close it is to the next one, or the next one, or the next one. There are no rules. We can have, right now, the administrative STR is out of control, and we need brakes. We need you all to provide those brakes for us, because there aren't any right now. It just doesn't even seem to make sense to me, but there are no brakes. The city has had several studies done. I'm old enough to know about a good number of them. The Urban Land Institute did a good one a pretty good while ago. But every study has shown that what we need to make Willoughby better and stronger is property ownership and owners living there. That's what we need. That's not what we're getting right now. And as I stand here, the city has done nothing to slow down this administrative short-term rental thing. So I think that what we're talking about here is planning. We need planning. We need you all to provide planning for us to put the brakes on this. Right now, there are no brakes. No brakes means no planning to me. And I'd really like to see you all support this and support us in planning to slow this thing down. I heard Mr. Bateman earlier talk about he was excited that there was new housing available in this project. We're taking away housing at an incredible rate at Willoughby. Right now with 58 STRs, that's 58 places that people can't buy and live in Willoughby. They can't, it's not available. My granddaughter just graduated from Virginia Tech. She's going to be living in Norfolk, we hope. If she wanted to live at Willoughby right now, she'd have to compete against people that want to make money on housing in our neighborhoods. And I just think it's time to have planning and do something about it. So I'd really ask you to support this overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Pearson. And after Ms. Pearson, Michael Lepico.
Oh, it's almost good evening. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Pearson. I live at 1326 West Ocean View Avenue, and thank you for hearing me. I want to capture what Ron just said, that short-term rentals, Planning Commission, and the Zoning Commission, not to blame, you have eliminated our brake fluid and the brakes that need to happen. Please know that. We're not blaming you, but we have no brake fluid left. It's very important for us citizens who live there that we need to go to AutoZone or somewhere and get some more brake fluid. Guess what? You're the AutoZone. You're the supply store to provide the brake fluid for the brakes. Please. I can consider that. Also, talking about tourism, it's been marked that this is a tourism area. How much economic development has been done? What are the proceeds? How much have we raised in economic development for our tourism area? What is our capital investment? More businesses? Well, if you go up to the Harris Teeter area, that up there, it's a ghost town. Also, inspection response time. It's broken. Very broken. And we know that. Also, do you have an algorithm for your employees to use for inspections? Okay? What is it? Can we see it? So we don't report erroneous information, i.e. trash issues. Okay? Also, where can residents see the inspection reports? Is that a Freedom of Information Act request that we have to put in? We would like to see the optics. Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Michael Lepico, I believe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Lepico. I live at 1358 West Ocean View in Willoughby. First thing I want to ask, do any of you live near an STR? And if you do, that's great. We happen to live near numerous STRs. One just opened up 2 doors down from me that's illegal. We have a terrible time because this is a neighborhood. This isn't a business, although people want to treat it like a business. We have business opening up to us on a daily basis. Years ago, and I'm sure some of you are old enough to remember when the absentee landlords were just crazy in Willoughby. The city spent hundreds of thousands of dollars working with NRHA, working with the Civic League, getting rid of these landlords and bringing back people who actually live in Willoughby. That's important, as all the other speakers have said, to know your neighbors, get familiar with your neighbors. I can tell you that I personally have seen an increase in frivolous crimes. And if you read The Broken Window, you know frivolous crimes build bigger crimes. And things are not out of control, but I'm talking about fires on the beach. I'm talking about the increase with fireworks. You cannot drive down Willoughby right now without seeing garbage cans strewn all over the sidewalk because the STRs put them out. There's a code that says they got to stay on the property. It's hard to enforce those codes. I literally stopped this morning and wrote a ticket because a lady couldn't walk by a car blocking the sidewalk. That shouldn't happen. We have a person on a wheelchair who can't come down the sidewalk when the trash cans are blocking the sidewalk. He has to go out into the street, electric wheelchair. We put a lot of emphasis on fires. If you live in Willoughby, you know how close the houses are. You can reach out and touch your neighbors. A fire in Willoughby is devastating. It can wipe out whole houses. I've gone out on the dunes when I was a policeman and now I'm a deputy, showing my badge, getting people to stop fires, getting people to stop the bonfire. The last bonfire I went to was 3 couples in their 60s that I walked down 3 blocks to stop, and they didn't know. They said they're staying there. We didn't know we could have a bonfire. But it was a dry season. Maybe they just don't know. But these are dangerous things to us. One spark. I get up in the morning and I clean up bottle rockets that are in my yard from the fireworks that come on. The lack of enforcement is important. By the time, and I think it was mentioned by Mr. Tajan, by the time the inspector gets there, the couple's gone, or the people are gone. So it goes down as unfounded because they're gone. So we need more enforcement. This is not against all STRs. And I will tell you the number that they put on their thing, I have called. And I've identified myself. And after about the 5th call, I no longer get answered. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. But please support the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That would be all of the proponents who have signed up to speak. Okay. Now we have the opponents. Those are all the sign-up sheets that I had.
Let me look, make sure we didn't check the wrong box. Hang on a second. Lou, right? Your name? Okay. Earl. Okay.
That happens. There we go. All right, we'll get you down correctly.
I think we have something like, this is definitely.
Okay, so I have Ms. Latimer, you are, okay, so you'd like to speak next, and then George Malamos, are you for the overlay or against the overlay?
I think I'm marked against.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Okay, want to make sure.
Okay.
All right, Ms. Latimer, that is the last person that I have a sign-up sheet for. Is that correct? Okay, Ms. Latimer, thank you.
Hang on.
Yes, ma'am, I'd also like to speak.
Did you sign up a sheet?
What's that?
Did you fill out one of these sheets? Then I'm sorry you cannot speak today. Ms. Latimer.
Thank you. My name is Earl Marie Latimer. I live at 1120 Toller Place for 46 years. I have enjoyed living at Willoughby. The current discussion involves whether to impose an overlay to prevent future short-term rentals or to allow the current approval process to continue. I submit that this should not be the first question. And I have spoken against short-term rentals, but I truly am stepping back and thinking about it and observing that over the recent meetings, most of the discussion has been about the codes, the legalities, the challenges in processing, complaints, etc. There's been no discussion about the big picture, 10 years from now, 15 years from now. The first question should be, what is our vision for Willoughby and similar neighborhoods in the decade to come and beyond? I won't be here to see it, but I like to think that it'll be still a wonderful place for people to have a home. Like many of you, I've participated in a long-range planning process involving all stakeholders in an orchestrated process aimed at coming together on a vision for the future. We need that kind of long-term affirmation before we make decisions that will have major impacts, not just on those living in Willoughby now, but those yet to come, and indeed on our city in general. And I thank you very much for considering this, and I did submit that by letter to you yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have the opponents.
Madam Chair, if I can.
Yes.
I just want to verify that we're having as we've been taking the cards. We're having the gentleman fill out a card. I just want to make sure if he's in opposition so that we can keep moving. Are you in opposition, sir? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we're good. We
Okay.
will bring that card up to you.
Thank you. All right. Those who are in opposition, who wish not to speak, I will acknowledge you by name. Melissa Volland, Brittany Marsall, Jake Baston, Daria Flores, Victor Incisu. Okay. And Marisol Incisu. Thank you so much for coming out. All right. Again, lots of people signed up to speak, and we're going to start with Cynthia Hall, and the next person will be Michelle and/or Greg Garrett. Ms. Hall, start with your name and your mailing address, please.
Hi, Cindy Hall, 722 West Ocean View Avenue. Thanks for letting me be up here. I've scratched out so many things, I forgot what I was going to say. I've attended Willoughby Spit Civic Leagues for 30 years. They used to focus on blighted properties and rundown apartment buildings. Fast forward to today, these properties are still there, but now the focus is on well-maintained short-term rentals. The proponents keep talking about the neighborhoods, the neighbors. I live next to and across the street from two 20 and 15 unit multifamily waterfront rentals. Because of these rentals, I've been shot at with bottle rockets, robbed, I've watched drug arrests, watched EMS remove a shot dead body from one of the apartments, watched undercover police on a stakeout in my driveway, watched drug deals in the apartment across the street, and watched hookers coming from both apartments for years. Have I wished they would go away? You bet. Have I actively sought to take away the owner's property rights, take away their right to own these apartments and rent on an open market? That would be a no. What I did was fence in my yard and add a cipher lock to my gate. That the leaders of the Willoughby Civic League have launched an active rally against property owners who choose to rent short-term rentals, I think is not right. 29 out of 3,500 residents voted for this overlay. What's the objective of the overlay? Does it decrease the 70%? It's 70% rental property in Willoughby Spit. Drive down the street, there's multi-family apartment buildings from the 40s everywhere you look. Does it reduce that? No. Does it decrease crime? No. Does it increase tax revenue? No. The city set this rental stage years ago when they allowed unfettered multifamily construction. You can't reverse all those problems by curbing short-term rentals. Instead of trying to harm the very people who are actually improving Willoughby Spit, why not give them a hand? Make it a little easier. A short-term rental cannot survive unless it is well-maintained, well-managed, and has visual attractiveness. This puts the STR in a position of being a good citizen just to get renters. The STRs pay 3 forms of taxes. The multifamily units pay 1 form of tax. I ask you to vote no on this overlay, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hall. Michelle or Greg Garrett? Thank you. And after Ms. Garrett, Nicole Pace.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Michelle Garrett, and I reside at 2060 East Ocean View Avenue in Norfolk, and we have businesses at 1525 Bayville Street in Norfolk. My husband and I also live in the Ocean View community, and in the last year, we have located our businesses in Willoughby, including Sail Time, Sail Virginia Yacht Charters, and a sailing school where they get certified through the American Sailing Association. We also support small businesses in the Willoughby area, so we do care about the success, growth, and reputation of our community. We have recently become member of the Ocean View Business Association, the Willoughby Civic League, and Bayview Civic League, and we look forward to joining and participating in those activities. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this afternoon about the importance of allowing short-term rentals in our neighborhoods. My husband and I also own several short-term rentals throughout Hampton Roads, and we maintain a 5-star host. Our experience has been overwhelmingly positive, not only for our guests, but also for our neighbors and surrounding communities. We've had the pleasure of meeting wonderful guests from all over the country, many of who return year after year because they fall in love with our beaches, our restaurants, and our local businesses. The guests are not just tourists passing through. They support our local economy, recommend our communities to others, and become repeat visitors who contribute positively to the area. Equally important, our experience with short-term rentals has been pleasant for our neighbors, but that's with responsible hosts, taking pride in maintaining their homes, respecting the community, and ensuring guests follow rules regarding noise, parking, cleanliness, and occupancy. The percentages of high short-term rentals are better maintained and more closely monitored than long-term properties because hosts are actively involved and attentive to the property and the neighborhood. I also believe in the enforcement of regulations and accountability for short-term rentals. Responsible, and I emphasize responsible hosts should absolutely follow local ordinances, safety requirements, parking regulation, occupancy limits, and noise policies. Those do not should be held accountable by the city quickly and swiftly. Proper enforcement from our city helps ensure the short-term rentals continue to operate in a way that benefits both visitors and the surrounding community while protecting neighborhood quality of life. Our town is filled with hardworking small businesses, local restaurants, coffee shops, boutiques, marinas, gift stores, and family-owned services that depend heavily on tourism and visitor spending. The reality is when visitors come to town, they need clean, comfortable, and welcoming places to stay. Unfortunately, many of our existing hotels have developed poor reputations due to cleanliness, outdated accommodations, customer service complaints, crime, and overall negative experiences. When visitors have a bad lodging experience, it reflects poorly on our entire community. People leave disappointed, spend less money locally, and choose not to return. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Nicole Pace. And after that, Sebastian Quadrille.
Hi, Nicole Pace. I'm at 1600 Granby Street, and I own one of the small short-term rental management companies in Norfolk. And I don't have like a big speech prepared, and don't have a ton of skin in the game in Willoughby anymore. We only manage one short-term rental there, and everything else that we do is midterm furnished rentals. But what I think is important is to just address that I think there's like some misconceptions. The apartment buildings in Norfolk are not short-term rentals anymore. They all have largely converted to midterm or long-term rentals because the legislation to put in sprinkler systems has really made it unattainable it's not economically feasible. But offering them as midterm rentals is amazing in Norfolk. We do a great job. We house a ton of the foreign military that comes here to work with our military. And I think that it's really important that we recognize that is not part of like the saturation. And I also think it's really important to recognize that like the licensed ones that are regulated by you guys are the ones that are doing a really good job, that are keeping things really clean. I would say that as somebody who operates apartment buildings in Norfolk now, it's almost impossible to find your neighbor next door who doesn't have a sign up, like the people that own the apartment buildings or the houses that are not being taken care of. There was a house next door to 1278 West Ocean View that had a tree falling into the street that you could not see around to pull onto Ocean View Avenue for years. And it was impossible to find them. But short-term rental and even the midterm rental operators, we have our phone numbers. My personal one up on the buildings. It's easy to reach us. I think there's a real opportunity to spend more time talking about this and like find a way to be a community about it. Almost everyone that operates one here has some tie to Norfolk, right? All of the families we operate houses for spend half their summers here. with their kids, like on the beach, enjoying it. They bring their families. And then when they're not here, we're managing it for them. So I don't have a ton of, like I said, a skin in the game in Willoughby anymore, but I know a lot of the operators, I know a lot of the owners, and I know that they really are actually very invested in Norfolk. And I would love to be a part of like the conversation of finding a great way to like build community for people who want to visit and for people who live here. And I think there is a winnable solution here. So,
Thank you. Sebastian Quadro. And after Mr. Quadro, Amanda Walsh.
Hello, my name is Sebastian Cabral at 1540 Chella Avenue in Willoughby. I oppose the zoning short-term rental restrictions in Willoughby. Our family bought our property in 2021 when I was in middle school. I love the beach and being close to it even more. Willoughby's wonderful, with some of my best friends being here, one of them in the crowd, and we go to the beach and fish often, sorry. I have an older brother and a younger sister, and they've also made some new friends and enjoy the bay and all it offers. We all love the crab dip and the she crab soup at all the local restaurants. We worked hard to renovate the house and yard. What a before and after. It's a true makeover. Several neighbors told us they're happy we're here, how nice it is, how much better it is now than before. I take pride in that. Did lots of landscaping, power washing, scrubbing, painting, hauling trash, and heavy carpet. Once my mom told me to use some elbow grease, and I searched for that cleaning solution in the cabinet. And after 30 minutes of looking for it, she fell over laughing when I explained what was happening. I know what it is now. For working so hard, we had so much fun on the beach with fun family time in the bay. When I learned about NFK 2050, the comprehensive plan, I watched some of the presentations. I can't help but think I'm part of Norfolk's future and Norfolk's part of my future too. STRs are part of the comprehensive plan, the drive to improve the area, the economy, and bring in tourist dollars. An STR is the only way our family can use our house, which we kids love, because we get to stay in it and rent it some, so my parents can cover expenses. This is where we now vacation and spend our vacation money. We did the long CUP process, and I was in our Willoughby Civic League presentation. Now I'm old enough, and I'm also a member now. I went with my mom to the Planning Commission meetings a couple times before. I might look similar to some of you. Then I went with my parents to the long city council meetings as well. I used my experience for an essay in my government class about regulation, and I actually had experience in real life. My parents invested for their future retirement, buying here because it's special and in the OV tourism district. We've made friends with neighbors, went to their cookouts, see them at the beach, and our walks. We might not be here all the time, but we're definitely part of the community, and we're definitely good neighbors. Our next door neighbor can tell you how we helped when our Ring cameras caught someone stealing their car and we shared it with the police. Norfolk is in my heart, and I hope I am in the city's heart as well as its future. My parents told us kids that one day when they aren't here anymore, they will leave this house to us for our inheritance. I hate to think that. Willoughby is a special place, so many heartwarming and happy memories for me and my family. Us kids already plan when we get married and have kids of our own. We'll come here later on.
Thank you very much. Amanda Walsh. And then Stephen Lehman.
I'm short, sorry. My name's Amanda Walsh, and I reside at 4236 Hewitt Drive. I work 9643 Granby Street. I may not reside in Willoughby, but the overlay will still have an adverse effect on my family and the current way of life. I'm currently employed in Ocean View. Our company manages a number of short-term rentals up and down Ocean View Avenue. If the overlay is approved, the need for my position, along with others, will no longer be necessary. The cleaners, maintenance workers, contractors we have out there every day will also be without a way to support their families. And that's just my company, not the countless others that depend on the short-term rentals to survive in this economy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Stephen Lehman?
He will defer.
I'm sorry?
I will defer.
You will defer. Thank you for coming out. Help me with that one. Okay. Jen Tootin? I'm here. Oh, thank you. I apologize if I butchered it.
My name is Bay Juntanen. I reside at 702 West Ocean View Ave. I live here in the Ocean View community. I am here tonight as not as a corporation, an investor, but as someone whose livelihood depends on short-term rentals. I work for one of those property management companies. I also clean several short-term rentals in the area. For me, this is not just a side job. It's not extra income. It is how I pay my bills. It is how I support myself and my fur babies with my boyfriend, and continue living in the community I call home. When discussion happened about eliminating short-term rentals, I think it is important to remember that there are real working people behind these properties. Housekeepers, maintenance workers, landscapers, contractors, and local small businesses also benefit from the guests who stay here. Removing short-term rentals would not just affect property owners, it would directly affect workers like me who rely on income to survive this economy. I also want to speak specifically about Ocean View, where I live specifically. From my own personal experience, I have seen far issues coming from several of the long-term rentals across the street from me than I do from short-term rentals. As like last night, I had to chase someone out of my parking lot for selling drugs. The problem I see are ongoing disturbances, lack of upkeep, the repeated issues, the impact from neighbors' qualities of life in comparison to short-term rentals near me, who I have met many of these guests, and I have become good relationships with most of them. They come and go and create long-term memories in these neighborhoods without any issues. I understand that the city wants to protect our neighborhoods, and I support reasonable regulations and accountability, but completely getting rid of short-term rentals would punish responsible property owners, workers, and residents who depend on them, while not necessarily solving the concerns being discussed. I ask you to please consider balanced solution instead of broad elimination. Rules, enforcement, and responsible management companies can address the bad actors without taking away jobs and income from the local people like me. At the end of the day, the issue is personal for me and many of us in the community. This work helps keep a roof over my head, my 2 cats, and my boyfriend, and it allows me to continue to live in Ocean View and enjoy the beautiful beaches I've come to love. I hope you will keep people like me in mind when making your decision, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mark Taylor. And after Mr. Taylor, it's Gay Petricola.
How you doing? I live at Mark Taylor, 1233 West Ocean View Avenue. It's a little duplex. I live on one side, rent the other side out yearly. I don't own a short-term rental. I never have, and I've always rented yearly in my duplex. I've regularly invested in my property. I've remodeled, I've updated one unit, plan on updating the other unit as well. Put a new deck, a new fence, maybe even a couple roof decks to watch the fireworks over the bay on 4th of July. But if you take away the opportunity to maybe, sometime, possibly in the future, to rent a short-term rental, what's my incentive to literally invest tens of thousands of dollars that will contribute to the overall area? My neighbor's property value and more tax dollars in Norfolk as a city assessor will most definitely increase my value, therefore increasing my property tax. I would argue short-term rental owners have more incentive to update and upkeep their property, as they need 5-star ratings to get bookings. I brought pictures of them. Here's my neighbors. Let me show you this. It's a literal, that's a 4-plex. And you can see, it's a junkyard. Now you know why I'm building an 8-foot privacy fence. Sorry about that. Just don't have to look at that. Here's my other neighbors, another more yearly rentals. Where's the outrage on that? I look at this every day. I literally walk out of my house and see this. They have no incentive to upkeep that. If that was an Airbnb, that would be fixed. I would finish by saying, if I wanted to live in a city that enjoys banning home, never mind, oh, that's something else. Anyway, Norfolk is special. Norfolk is good. I love Willoughby, and I just own a little duplex. And sometime in the future, I may want to Airbnb the little side next to me for my, what will definitely be a fixed income when I retire. Thank you.
Thank you. Gabe Petricola. After Ms. Petricola, Robert Dietz.
Good
Please go ahead.
afternoon.
Good
Thank you
afternoon.
very much. My name is Gay Pietrocola. I live at 524 West Ocean View Avenue, Norfolk 23503. I moved here from Virginia Beach in 2011. I have always loved the eclectic nature of Willoughby and was excited to move here. I love all of it. I walk on the beach nearly every single day in summer, and I'm constantly meeting people who are here on vacation and staying in short-term rentals. Their excitement for what we have to offer is contagious. And I feel that if these rentals are restricted or eliminated, we lose. The community loses, businesses lose. Yes, some of the visitors do stay at, that we have 2 motels, and that's just a room. And so a short-term rental gives them more. It gives them a home where you can, cook, whatever. It gives them, what I'm trying to say, if they're restricted, the community loses a valuable asset, and it's important. And I don't know if you've ever talked to any of these people who are staying. They're fabulous. People from all over. They're from everywhere. And if we can't talk to strangers because they're not our community, then that's sad. And so I oppose the overlay. I think we lose with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Petricola. Robert Dietz. And then Greg Petricola. And then we'll take a break.
Hello, everyone. How are you? My name is Robert Dietz. I live at 1118 Toller Place. I own Swell Charcoal Grill at 1159, which is right across the street from where I live.
Dinner time.
It is dinner time. I'm in a hurry. I'm here to speak against this overlay, not because I'm for this Wild West that is getting portrayed. I'm for thoughtful legislation. I think a lot of the stuff that's getting pushed forward is very emotional. I know when I opened my restaurant, I got negative feedback. I was an outsider. They don't want a bar. They don't want anything to do with me. Meanwhile, this property I was going to renovate was people were sleeping homeless, trash all over the place. And I think now people can say, I improved the neighborhood. So much so we're opening one next door. So I think what we need to do is really take the emotion out of it. If it truly is a pause, put a date on it. 60 days, 90 days. Don't just make a full, broad close that we're going to stop right here. Have a discussion. Get the facts is my big thing. I think a lot of people are hiding behind, crime and litter and trash. I live it every day. I own next to a 7-Eleven. There's trash, tumbleweed blowing down the road. I don't hear anyone speak about that. I have to call police for violence, theft, coming from the hotel that's right down my road. Nobody's speaking out against that. That's low-hanging fruit to me. I just think we can do better and be honest with what we want. A lot of people don't want Willoughby to change, but unfortunately, the world is changing. That's just the way it's going to be. You can control it the best you can, but it's coming. We're in a beach neighborhood that's affordable. Virginia Beach is full. It's just shifting. Hampton's the next one. It's just the way it is. We live in a great area. I live there. I love it. I've lived there for almost 10 years. We've been open for 4 years. So I just think we need to be thoughtful in what our rules and changes we put in place are. Because always a lot harder to roll back legislation than just to blanket cover something and paint it with one paintbrush. There's a lot of good operators, there's bad operators, just like anything. I think we just need to first focus on having a discussion, openly honest about where our goal is, and target the people who are bad operators first before we go after people who are doing the right thing, who want to better the neighborhood or have an income. So that's my thoughts, and I have lots of skin in the game because I have a business there that receives money from these Airbnbs, and I live across the street. So that's just what I wanted to share today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Greg Petrocola, and after that, we will take a break, a quick 10-minute recess. Okay.
Good afternoon, I'm Greg Pietrocola, 524 West Ocean View. I oppose the proposed overlay. Moved to Willoughby in 1999, made it my home, and saw potential here at a time when many others did not. Coming from South Florida, where waterfront property is widely recognized for its long-term value, I understood what this area could become despite the blighted properties and neglect that existed at the time. Since then, I've invested in several properties in Willoughby, each one requiring capital for acquisition, improvements to make it competitive and marketable. Every purchase reflected my commitment to this neighborhood, and every decision involved real financial risk. For 28 years, I've worked to help create new beginnings here. Through a modest rental business, I've contributed to the neighborhood's improvement, strengthened its viability, and helped reshape Willoughby's image from its troubled past into the community it is becoming today. It is not perfect, and no one claims it to be, but progress has been real because residents and property owners saw the potential and worked hard towards a better outcome. This is an organic effort by ordinary citizens willing to invest their limited resources and create tangible improvements one block at a time. That is the spirit of Ocean View. It takes vision, commitment, and a willingness to accept financial risk where others would not. It's troubling to see a proposal that would impose new limits on short-term rentals in a community where roughly 70% of the residents are renters. In a neighborhood with that housing profile, singling out one category of lawful rental use for extraordinary restriction is not balanced, it's exclusion. We have a public beach and a unique coastal community that should be shared and enjoyed responsibly by residents and visitors alike. That is something Willoughby should embrace, not restrict. Short-term rentals serve a real need in our community, and they're closely connected to the military. They provide space, flexibility, and practical options for families, workers, and visitors who require something other than a hotel room. For the families of deployed service members, a multi-bedroom home can offer the space to come together during the limited periods of leave that follow long deployments. Memories matter. Those moments matter. We are the closest beach community to Naval Air Station Norfolk, and we should support our military families by making this part of our community available to them with our gratitude and respect. Willoughby short-term rentals also bring in meaningful economic value by supporting local businesses and generating tax revenue for the city. Each visitor now becomes an ambassador for our unique community, a beach neighborhood within a city defined by history and military pride. That is an asset we should promote, not limit. Restricting short-term rentals does not protect Willoughby. It limits opportunity, hurts small businesses, and undermines the very investments that has helped renew this neighborhood. Willoughby deserves policies that are welcome, reasonable investment, respect property rights, and reflect the full range of interest in our community. I urge the city to reject this proposed overlay. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute recess, just a comfort break, and then we'll be right back. Thank you. of a break, and we're ready to get right back into our public hearing. What I'd like to do is, do we have, this is, okay. I'd like to invite George Malomos.
You were at the Greek Festival last week.
I was, and I enjoyed it very much. And after Mr. Malamos, Sarah Norris.
Thanks, Commission, for giving me this opportunity. My name is George Malamos. I'm the president of the East Ocean View Civic League, but I want to just share, I'm here to share my observations for over 5 years as a perspective of processing STRs and opinions of our members. This is not an indictment about STRs, whether we should or should not have them. I wish there was a neutral on the, are you for or against this? Unfortunately, everything everybody said so far is right? That's the problem. Everybody's right. How do we get out of this? So I'm going to try to put myself in your seats and offer you some perspective and possibly some ideas of what I've experienced in our Civic League. So before I get to that point, a few statistics. The city has 246 STRs. This is your data. East Ocean View has 80 STRs. Willoughby has 58. So we have more in East Ocean View, so we should have more problems, right? Well, we have the same issues. I agree with all the concerns, but I just haven't heard them voiced to the Civic League as a concern. And we have had density questions. Our Civic League has approached city council members, planning commission members. We really think there needs to be comprehensive reform. So I agree with all that. And while I had to pick yes or no on the position here, I only say no because I think there are some bigger questions here. And if this is only about Willoughby, great. But if it's not just about Willoughby and it's about the rest of us, then it makes a big difference. So I want to leave you with 3 thoughts that I want to emphasize today. Number 1, the overlay will not solve the root cause of this problem. Number 2, I don't think this is the right time for the overlay. And number 3, I think we need a comprehensive and consistent citywide STR solution. So where does that leave you on the vote? I don't know, but I think that's what really, we got to process these in order. What are we really here today? What's the message here? About all the STR complaints, increased crime, lack of enforcement, concerns are being ignored, consistent rules, loss of community environment, is it business versus residents? We're not going to get to the bottom of that today. There's all kinds of things going on. And I think eventually other civic leagues are going to experience the exact same issue. Is the STR density really the problem? I'm not sure it is. Number 2, this isn't the best timing. Well, unfortunately, our opinions about STR depend on how the city's going to manage the future. Are we going to do better? Are we going to have more enforcement? Maybe I'm okay with it. Is it more of the status quo? Then you hear what Willoughby said. I might go on that side. So this isn't the right time to take everybody's temperature. It depends on what you will do in the future. And I say planning, but it's really a bigger problem than planning, and the city needs a more comprehensive solution. I think it's a bad precedent only because I'm trying to protect the interests of the East Ocean View Civic League and other members. It could be a precedent where you say, well, if you want the same thing, you got to adopt it the way Willoughby did. So unfortunately, we're not going to get there. And of course, we need a more comprehensive solution for everybody. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Sarah Norris. And after Ms. Norris, Christopher Pakta.
Hi, Sarah Norris, 1532 Willimantic Drive. I'm here today in opposition to the proposed overlay. For some background, I'm the Director of Operations for Host My Home, which is a short-term rental management company. As you know, we manage many properties here in Norfolk. Our team has extensive experience in property management, and I personally have over 15 years of experience within the industry. We've heard repeated statements suggesting that short-term rental operators simply do not care what happens at these properties, and I don't believe that to be the case. Many of us who own or manage the properties are also members of the Willoughby community or other communities where we operate. We're neighbors, we're community members, and we're local business owners. We care deeply about these neighborhoods and take our responsibilities seriously. In every role I've ever had in property management, I've emphasized to my team to treat these homes as if they are our own. And I believe that the data reflects that commitment from most of the operators. Norfolk already has extensive regulations and operating conditions in place for short-term rentals, far more than any other areas in property management. As you've heard today, over the years, our company has worked directly with planning and zoning staff to ensure we're aligned with the city's expectations and that we're operating responsibly. For example, our company's voluntarily implemented using larger than expected metal exterior signs. I believe they were shown in the packet. We've been thanked by neighbors, Civic League members, and zoning staff for taking the initiative to go beyond what is required. While it may seem like a small thing, we understand that it's the small steps that can make a meaningful differences in maintaining neighborhood communication and accountability. The data presented makes it clear that the primary issues are not coming from properly permitted short-term rentals. Any issues are largely tied to illegal operators who are already ignoring the existing rules. This overlay will not stop illegal operators. What it will do is prevent the future growth of compliant short-term rental businesses, many of which are locally owned, small and family-run businesses. This in return also negatively impacts other small businesses within our community. The current SDR regulations appear to be working. The evidence does not show widespread problems stemming from properly permitted SDRs. It seems a far more effective solution would be to put more focus on stronger enforcement against illegal operators rather than focusing on adding new restrictions to compliant businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Norris. Christopher Pakta. And after Mr. Pakta, Michael Higgins.
These chips are making me hungry.
No.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman Sutter, Vice Chair Bateman, and members of the Planning Commission. My name is Chris Pakta. I'm a land use and zoning attorney with Wolcott Rivers Gates, 4417 Corporation Lane. I represent Strive. It's an organization made up of entrepreneurs, investors, and stakeholders in the Norfolk short-term rental community. These are members of the community, many of whom you have heard from and will hear from this evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and given the amount of speakers, I'll keep my time brief. While Strive's position is that this proposal, as drafted, is far too overreaching and restricting, essentially prohibiting new short-term rental opportunities in an area marketed and emphasized for its tourism and vacation benefits, it also doesn't sufficiently take into account the viewpoint, experiences, and valuable input of those who would be most adversely affected by this proposal, those who are or intending to legally operate short-term rental operations in Willoughby. While I understand there's been some consideration to the Hampton ordinance as a point of reference, it's important to note that the city of Hampton, they put together a steering committee made up of members of the community, short-term rental owners and operators, and other members, boards of zoning appeals members, planning commissioners, and they met on over 8 different occasions before proposing some sort of ordinance, which they have now. And while there are several reasons that you should not use Hampton as a comparison, one obvious reason is the fact that folks come to vacation in Willoughby and in Ocean View as opposed to in Hampton. But the significant amount of collaboration with the community was significant for their proposal. The proposed overlay as drafted is inconsistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The policy behind its tourism overlay, the city's planning and growth trajectory in Vision 2100, and the emerging and positive economic impact of the short-term rental business opportunity. But most importantly, this proposed overlay should be denied as is currently drafted because it will set an undesired precedent for surrounding Norfolk communities and in turn have the opposite effect of exacerbating the issues it seeks to address. Namely, while it will disincentivize and prohibit legal STR operators in the area, tax-paying and law-abiding members of the community, it will likely lead to an increase in illegal STR operations, which is the primary reason you're proposing the overlay. If you don't recommend the overlay be denied as drafted, then the proposal should at least be deferred to provide sufficient time and opportunity for the city, the STR community, and the members of Willoughby who are proposing the overlay to come together, collaborate, listen to each other, and come up with a fair and balanced solution to the problems raised. A solution reflecting the input of all the members of the community. Thank you very much.
Of course. Higgins, Michael Higgins. And after Mr. Higgins, Kevin Sterling.
Hey folks, my name is Michael Higgins. I live at 10346 Acorn Lane in Smithfield. I do not have an STR, but I own a business, Rocksteady Tattoo at 9651 First View Street in Ocean View. I've had my business for 19 years. The last 8 have been in Ocean View. We moved to Ocean View to be in a better community, a bigger community, tourism. We benefit from the beach tourism and the short-term rentals. There's no place for young sailors that are families visiting for them to stay. I mean, I wouldn't put my folks up in those motels. And forgive me, I draw pictures on people. I'm not a public speaker. I just want to be on record as saying I'm all for the short-term rentals. So thanks, guys.
Thank you. Kevin Sterling. And after Kevin Sterling, Merlin Gardeau.
Hello, council members. My name is Kevin Sterling. I'm at 810 West Ocean View in Norfolk. I haven't prepared a speech. I purchased a property back in 2021. It's an investment asset. It's a 14-unit building. And I applied for a CUP back in 2024, which was ultimately not approved through the city council. And the members of Strive thought it was important for me to share my story and what took place to give a little perspective to the council members. And I think from my perspective, I think there's a lot of heightened sensitivity on this topic on both sides, and a lot of misinformation, particularly from the proponents of this overlay. At the time of my CUP application, I had approached the Civic League and as required by the CUP process to get their feedback, and they mentioned a couple of concerns, parking and how was it going to be managed. I tried to address those concerns, but once I addressed them, I asked to come back and speak, and it was met with basically no reply. Meanwhile, I continued to pursue the CUP application because the property itself was an investment property and also an opportunity for me to come visit part-time with family. I had a son who recently joined the Marines at the time and was stationed in Damnac close by, and I thought I could visit and spend time with him. Meanwhile, as I continued to go through my CUP process, I got a lot of opposition from the Civic League, which was providing information to the planning department. A lot of it was I'd say, over-exaggeration about density of short-term rentals and some of the other complaints about trash and what have you. And I think anytime a issue was raised, it was always with regard to it being from short-term rentals, and I think that was a misconstrued feedback from the Civic League, which just used that ammunition to deny my application. The planning department wasn't recommended approval to the council. I mean, the planning commission. The planning commission voted 5-1 to approve. The only naysayer was saying go back to the Civic League to re-engage them to see what their feedback would be. I did so. They again voted no for approval. I met before the council, and despite meeting all the legal requirements for short-term rental operation, and the Planning Commission's vote of approval, significant time, money, and investment on the property, which was redone almost entirely, I received a no vote. And I thought it was important to share that the only reason I believe it was voted no was because of Civic League's desires not to operate the property as a short-term rental. Now, I understand their concerns are legitimate, and some operations have resulted in their complaints, but I thought it was overreach on their part, and I do want to ask for non-approval of the overlay.
Very good, thank you. Merlin Gardos, and then Susan Bradshaw.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Merlin Gardose
Thank
at
you.
718 West Ocean View Avenue. I am a resident of Willoughby since 2021 and a legal STR owner and operator since 2022 with no violations. I am also a member of the Willoughby Civic League and Norfolk Strive. Prior to moving to Norfolk, I lived and worked in Northern Virginia, Maryland, and DC for most of my adolescent and adult life. Honestly, I can't recall ever hearing Norfolk mentioned as a vacation destination. Instead, people generally talked about Virginia Beach, Ocean City, or the Outer Banks. In the summer of 2020, my husband and I discovered Norfolk completely by accident. We wanted a beach vacation with family, including our dogs, and needed lodging that could accommodate all of us while also being near the beach. Initially, we searched Virginia Beach, but by the time we were ready to book, there were no rentals available that fit our needs. That is when we found an Airbnb in Willoughby, less than a block away from where we live today. During our stay, we were amazed by how the beach and neighborhood overall was simply peaceful, clean, and uncrowded. I remember asking my husband, why have we never heard of Willoughby Beach or Ocean View before? When the opportunity came for us to relocate, we immediately thought of Norfolk, especially Willoughby and Ocean View. Over the past 5 years, my husband and I have built a wonderful life here. We have amazing neighbors whom we generally care about and who care about us. We feel a sense of community in Willoughby. However, there are also moments when I walk my dog just a block from my home, and I feel that some people do not view us as part of the community. Sorry. Simply because I am an STR owner. Sorry, this is hard to say. I have even been referred to in official Willoughby Civic League communications as the opposition. That has been difficult to hear because I am part of this community. I live here, I volunteer here, I support local businesses, and I care deeply about Willoughby and want what is best for the neighborhood, just like everyone else. I fully understand the concerns raised about STRs, but I truly believe this overlay is not the solution. Instead, those concerns deserve thoughtful discussions and balanced solutions. I respectfully ask that all stakeholders, residents, STR owners, business owners, and community members with differing viewpoints be brought to the table to work collaboratively toward solutions that preserve neighborhood character while also recognizing the positive role
Thank you.
responsible STRs can play.
I do appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Susan Bradshaw. And then Cecilio Ricardo.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Bradshaw, 714 West Ocean View Avenue in Norfolk, Willoughby Spit. I've been a 25-year resident of Willoughby Spit. I am also a member of the Willoughby Spit Civic League, which does not share my opinion, obviously. I live next door to a short-term rental and have for 4 years. The property is better maintained now than it ever has been. There's no trash on the street. There's no trash on the beach. There's no loud parties. There's no mayhem. The people who own the short-term rental next to me live there. They are very careful about vetting their guests. They rent to mature adults, families, no teenagers. It's a remarkable thing. I thought when I learned that my next door neighbor was going to become an Airbnb, I thought my life is over, I must move. But that wasn't the case. It turned out to be one of the best things that's happened in my neighborhood. I believe that the short-term rentals bring economic benefit to Willoughby Spit. I would assume that we all spend a little more money on vacation than we do during our normal work days. I know I do. I would urge you to either delay or reject the proposed overlay. I do think it needs a little more time, a little more conversation between the two sides of the question, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Cecilio Ricardo, and then George Carujas. Getting good at it. All right. Appreciate it. Oh, yes. Is that you? Or you saying it's you? Okay.
Hi, my name is Cecilia. Good afternoon, Commissioners. And thank you for allowing us to speak here. I know there's a lot you have to deal with here. My name is Cecilia Ricardo. I'm at 718 West Ocean View. I'm a Norfolk resident, STR owner, president of Norfolk Strive. It's a group advocating for responsible STR practices and positive community collaboration. My wife and I, who you just heard, started our STR 4 years ago. Back then, like many, we heard the horror stories of loud parties, parking chaos, trash everywhere. So we made an opportunity, a priority to operate responsibly and respectfully towards our neighbors. However, in July 2022, Norfolk implemented one of the most restrictive STR approval systems in the region, largely based on the concerns that STRs cause neighborhood problems. But just last week, we heard from city planning, who provided new information about STRs that debunked all the negative STR myths. We'd like to thank city planning for compiling such incredible data. It's brand new. The data presented challenged most, if not all, negative claims against STRs. In front of you are those slides. I know you guys have already seen this, but I feel it was glossed over in the presentation. I just want to put some more. These 5 issues are actually all the issues that everybody has said here about the STRs. So slide 10 shows that STRs are not major drivers of noise, parking, and trash violations. In fact, there's only 6 physical violations in the last 3 years. Slide 14 shows that STRs are not substantially reducing housing supply, and that owner occupancy is actually increased instead of decreased, so STRs have not affected them. Slide 15 showed that STRs are not dramatically increasing home values. In fact, Willoughby is less in home value in terms of the rest of the city. Slide 16 shows Willoughby rents may remain below the citywide median. So rents have not increased. Slide 17 shows STR growth has remained stable at less than 4%. Less than 4%. And it has not risen over 30% in the last year. This is important because all the policies being discussed today, the overlay, the density caps, the clustering rules, and the overregulation of STRs are based on the perceived adverse effects of STRs. So let's be clear, the city's own data has now debunked these negative assumptions. I also want to share that Norfolk STR owners do not support using the Hampton STR framework, particularly the 1% cap and the 300-foot clustering restrictions. Those were also based on those adverse effects of STRs that have not had numbers or statistics like we have now. Last week, Norfolk Strive met with Willoughby Civic League members and had a productive conversation about concerns, goals, and potential common ground. We want to make things right by continuing that conversation, but also with city. The missing piece to solving these concerns is having the subject matter experts involved in developing that plan.
Thank you, Mr. Ricardo.
Thank you.
And thank you for these documents. George Carujas? Okay. And then Robert Duncan.
Hello, my name is George Chirujas at 9513 21st Bay Street. I'm not a STR owner. I am, though, a realtor. And as a realtor, I see the issue as property rights and incentives. And as a realtor, I see the value of legal STR owners bring to their properties, their neighborhoods, tourism, traveling workers, and local businesses, and the community at large. I rise in opposition to this because it seems, in my humble take, that it's a conclusion without a comprehensive analysis. I would encourage that, as has been mentioned before, to do a comprehensive analysis, bring the stakeholders together, and reach a conclusion that benefits all parties to the degree that we can balance property rights and incentives. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Duncan. After Mr. Duncan, Jory Lip.
Good evening. My name is Robert Duncan. I reside at 1104 Toller Place. I've been in Norfolk now for 32 years, and I've been in Willoughby for 26. I do commercial and industrial real estate. I actually had speech pieces of it, and there's just so much to say. I've got a lot of emotion to this because this is my neighborhood. This is my home. This is where I raised my kids, and 7 of my neighbors are right there in opposition to me. Still care about them. I'm glad that I'm on the street that they're living on. I actually have an Airbnb that is right behind me, and there was one that was an Airbnb until the neighbor moved back, and I have had no problems with the Airbnbs as a neighbor. However, I can understand my neighbors not wanting to have an Airbnb next to them. But what I will say is that Norfolk has an opportunity now that it has not had for a long time. 20 years ago, if you came to Norfolk and said, come vacation in Ocean View, you'd get laughed at. That was not even on the map. And now it is on the map because this is a desirable place. It's gone up 10% in the past 6 years, owner occupancy has, because it's a place that people want to live now in Willoughby and Ocean View. And I think that there is nothing to do except for take time to deliberate on this overlay or to reject the overlay and look at this opportunity that we have, because there is a lot of small businesses. 10 years ago, everybody in Willoughby was saying, we want more restaurants, we want this, we want that, we want some commerce. Well, now that we have people coming in and tourists, we're getting those restaurants, we're getting breweries, we're getting small restaurants and other cool places to visit. And it's becoming a great little destination and a get out of town for people from Richmond. And we also do, like the other gentleman said, we host the people that are in the Navy. They deserve to come and before leave or after leave, have a place that them and their family can all be together. And we're providing something like that. So is 3%, which we're at right now, really going to tear up our community? I don't think so. With 20%, yeah, that could change the community. But I think that where we are right now at 3 or 4, maybe 5%, I don't think it's going to destroy our community. That's what I have to say, and I hope you guys make a wise decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Jory Lip. All right, going once, Jory Lip. All right, Chris Bartnick. Martina Patricio. And after Ms. Patricio, we have Diane Corbard.
Good afternoon. Is it evening?
This evening, just about.
My name is Martina Patricio. I am at 1147 Little Bay Avenue in Willoughby. I have short-term rentals in the Cottage Lane section of the city and Bayview, but my house in Willoughby is not a short-term rental. I'm here today because I support short-term rentals and I'd like to share why. I had the privilege of hosting military families in my home. For a service member coming home or getting ready to deploy, having a full kitchen to cook dinner with their kids, a quiet bedroom to actually rest, and just a normal homey space, it means the world. That's the kind of support short-term rentals give. That's why I'm concerned about the Civic League proposed zoning overlay. It takes away the chance and the opportunity for other families in Willoughby to offer the same welcome. Short-term rentals are good for Norfolk. Our guests shop local, eat in our restaurants, and buy groceries right here. And honestly, a lot of them are not vacationers. They're military families on orders, nurses and doctors on assignments, and contract workers who need a temporary place to land. They're part of our community, our community while they're here, and they give back to our economy. I do want to share one concern about the process. I attend the Civic League, the Willoughby Civic League, and I truly believe that they cannot speak for all of Willoughby, because short-term rental hosts are not included on their conversation. I don't even get an email from them, and I have been asking. I don't get an invitation, I don't get anything. The only reason I know they have a meeting is because there is a sign in the street. I also live, my house is situated where there is 5 short-term rentals. I'm Liz's neighbor. I don't see these 5 short-term rentals as she sees it. I don't have any problems with the short-term rentals because I don't see the problems that she sees. I don't hear the music, I don't hear the fights because there is none. I live next to 3 short-term rentals on Little Bay Avenue. I should be able to hear if there is any problems there, and I don't. I haven't heard any of that. I have owned this house since 21. So I should have known.
Thank you, Ms.
I am
Patricio.
respectfully asking you to.
Well, our time is up, but thank you.
Thank you.
I do appreciate you coming out. Diane, and I'm afraid I might have
quite all right.
misread your name.
It's Diane Cabral. I'm
Cabral.
with the group in Ocean View Blue.
Thank you. And then Bonnie Self.
Today's my birthday. When we celebrate, thank you. When we celebrate the gift of time.
Yes.
So I asked the commission for the gift of time for careful consideration. These packets that we just distributed show contributions of Willoughby's STRs to our community, their economic benefits, the hospitality continuum, the revenue multiplier that it creates, the STR ecosystem, and a case study of lodging types, Willoughby's motels versus STRs, or hardcore crime versus complaints, and a copy of the letter of opposition from the Hampton Roads Realtor Association. The STR regulation is quite effective, but needs an accurate complaint process and enforcement. Norfolk's Drive met with Willoughby Civic League, where I'm also a member, last week. We all agreed that stronger enforcement is needed, but not just for STRs, the entire community. Anti-STR sentiment and perception is out of control. Wavy News just reported 2 days ago that Norfolk had to invoke its red flag law against someone who shot up an Ocean View STR, not once or twice, 4 times in the last 2 weeks this property has been shot up, with dozens of bullet holes all over the house and thousands of dollars in damages. Thank God no one is hurt. Enough is enough. The amendment respectfully fuels negative perception to reduce adverse effects of STRs and the proliferation. What formula defines proliferation? How do you measure that in only one of 3 tourism districts where we're supposed to be providing businesses that support the community and encourage tourism? Willoughby is wholly included in the OV Tourism District, which is why I bought here. I bought here because I did my due diligence after I spoke with the Economic Development Authority, the director, and he encouraged me, and he confirmed that STRs are welcome here in Willoughby. Has city planning met with Visit Norfolk, Economic Development, or the Department of Revenue to research whether there are adverse effects of this zoning change? The anonymous complaint process, which is just for STRs, without signature under penalty of perjury, adds to this negative perception. Did you know that some of the complaint data presented to this commission to support the overlay are the same data that were adjudicated by a Norfolk Court of Law as false, misuse of government resources, harassment, and tortious interference? Yet those same complaints thrown out by Norfolk's own court were presented to this commission to support this decision. Anti-STR is anti-business, anti-revenue, and anti-Norfolk. You know better than I. 1/3 of the city can't be taxed. It's federal land. We have a $50 million deficit. Why raise taxes January 1st and then kill that tax base with, just 3 months later? This case study that you have in front of you talks about the crimes at the motels. There were more than 100 felonies at these motels in 4 years.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Self.
I oppose. Thank you.
And then Jeff Watts.
Good evening. It's official. I'm Bonnie Self. I live 2137 Arbutus Circle in Chesapeake. Thank you for spending so much time with us today. My husband and I own short-term rentals. My husband is from here. I wasn't originally, but he has lived in Norfolk for many, many years. We have short-term rentals, but we also have other homes too. They're all in Norfolk. We do a lot of business here. We have a 5-star rating for our short-term rentals. I do vetting really, really hard to try to make sure I get people that are going to take care of our home, but are also going to be good visitors for my neighbors. I do not agree with the overlay. I do not agree with the cup, making all the short-term rentals have to get cups. I know it's not all about the money, but my husband and I have spent tens of thousands of dollars fixing up our homes. We keep them groomed, they look nice, and we keep we have added to the neighborhood, I believe. The cup costs a lot of money, and it takes a lot of time. You changed the rules on me a couple years ago, and I wasn't aware. And I had people on the books ready to stay for the summer, and you told me I couldn't continue. I had to stop and get the cup. That took many months and thousands of dollars to get it. I don't quite understand that, but I'm against that. I'm against the overlay. I hope you will take some more time and not take a vote today, and take some more time to think about this and maybe talk to some of us a little bit more so we can come to a better agreement. Thank you.
Jeff Watts, and then Greg Garrett.
How you guys holding up?
Doing all right.
All right. Do I lean down forward or now?
Oh, we can hear you just
Okay,
fine.
all right.
Here you
Jeff
go.
Watts, I own 1136 Toller. Like Duncan, we are neighbors there, and like all communities, there are many perspectives on a single issue, and that's what we do our best to work our way through. Your business is to try to make sense of things that don't always make sense. Well, a couple of things that I struggle with when I look at this, when I look at these points, is the tourism district set up, short-term rentals are allowed, you're inviting investment into Willoughby Spit, we raise our hands, I bring my family in there, we're excited because this lot is one, we're able to develop it, I can have houses for my kids when they graduate from college, we can use short-term rentals to be able to handle our covering costs, perfect. Great policy, we're all in, and then now we want to change the rules? Wait a minute, what changed 5 years in the 5 years that have passed? You're gonna take this away from me? You're gonna put me on a cycle of every 24 months having to go before a review board, spend your time, my time, everybody's money trying to make that happen? I don't understand it. But in the event that that goes forward, I'll go to what Robert said when you guys had your meeting 2 weeks back. He said, this is a massive rezoning. You're gonna take something that I was able to pay for my house with and not let me pay for my house with it anymore? That sounds like a downzoning. That sounds like a taking. That sounds like something where you got to compensate in some degree what you're doing to the short-term rental people who raised their hands, came into Willoughby, and made investments. Hundreds of thousands in the house, tens of thousands in the upkeep. That's a big number. The other one that comes in that's a tricky one that I don't quite understand, full respect for everything that's coming from the Civic League about how important it is to be a community, to be a neighborhood, and we're all in it together, when pretty much they make it clear that if you own a short-term rental, you're not welcome. We don't want you here. We don't like the way you look. We don't like the way you act. We don't want you in our town. And it's like, I'm not going to go to the civic meeting because I get enough abuse if my daughter wants to use her phone more than that. I don't need to do this. But this becomes a challenge that we've got to find into. What is the common ground? Is the number that there's going to be 80 in Willoughby Spit? I don't know. Is it 180? We do something. But we can't be in a situation where we're using inflammatory language. I mean, from the perspective that I sit with, I try to be a good neighbor. In my off-season, we are using, what do you call it, midterm renters? Was something that's talked about? We're having midterm renters. We don't have people going in and out. During the season, we're having short-term renters. Tried to do that. We're welcoming conversations with every people that we have in our neighborhood. Did I do this right? Did I do that right? Do you like the landscaping? Can I do something here? But still, my guests get harassed. My children have been yelled at. You get a side eye when you walk by in the street. What are we doing? We got to get along. Then as I sit here and I look in your point, you're sitting in a very important role. You're managing the city. I'm not quite sure how it's going to make sense. Last thing that doesn't make sense for me is if you're going to take away revenue the short-term renters, the property that does on that, the businesses that run them, and increase costs, because now all of us are going to be coming after you with conditional use permits saying, what the heck, I've hit every rule and so forth like that. I don't see how that makes good government. So find some way that it makes sense for why you're moving the goalpost. Find some reason to make sense for how we can talk about community but not be treating each other like neighbors. And find some way that it makes sense so that you're not taking away money from the city and not finding and increasing costs. I wish you the best. I'm glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. Greg Garrett, and then Christina Nash. No? All right, Christina Nash. Come on down. And then John Schaefer.
I thought for sure I'd be last. Thank you for having me. Good afternoon and good evening, commissioners. I'm really here to just tell my one little story. We have, my husband and I.
Her name.
Do you want my
I
address?
apologize.
1432. Can you hear me?
Yes, just fine.
1432 West Ocean View Avenue. My husband's with me right here in spirit. We've been, we're third generation at this address, so we've been here for a long time. We started an STR when our three kids moved out of the house, they off to college. We did short-term rental in 2017 till 2022. We came down to the city to see what was needed. It was very simple at the moment. I think a lot of, get a business license and we'll be needing some tax money. So we submitted that. But 2022, we're a homestay. Actually, we're just running one bedroom out of our house, bottom floor, with its own separate entrance. 2022, we found out we needed a CUP, so we started that process. Part of that was because we have 4 bedrooms, so even as a homestay, we needed to do the CUP, and it was a lot of process. 4 or 5 months later, after getting into it, we did have the committee review our property and found out that we needed to make some substantial changes, like redo 2 driveway aprons to make them ADA compliant, elevate our HVAC units from 8 feet to 12 feet, and a lot more. As a homestay, we didn't have them. It didn't seem like an equitable thing to go. So we did not do the CUP, and I think that still stands right now, that's still what we would have to do for short-term rental. We raised our family here in Willoughby. Our kids went to Holy Trinity School. We're invested in the community. I'm a member we've been 25 years with the Civic League. We would like to be able to maybe sometime do or short-term rental if we wanted to, and long-term rental for what we want long-term. So to close that opportunity right now, that all new STR applications need to be just eliminated from the board, that takes opportunity away from individuals like ourselves and maybe others. We had found our rental to be like a win-win. We had happy guests. We were a 5-star. Just couples would come and stay. And sometimes it was military guests that would stay for longer. And the best part about it was it forced us to clean up our room and make the rest of the place look nice. And we did that. And constantly we're putting the money back into the house and upkeeping the inside and the outside.
Thank you, Ms. Nash.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
And John Schaefer.
Thank you very much for letting me speak at the last minute. I just filled out my request like 20 minutes ago, and so ready to go. First time in front of a city council and in front of commissioners. You're all commissioners, right?
Yes. Your
Okay.
name and your mailing address.
What's that?
Your name and your mailing address.
Yes, my name is John Schaefer, and my mailing address, I'm at 1143 Little Bay Avenue in Willoughby. Okay, my wife and I, we own a duplex, and we've been living there since 99. So 27 years we've been at that location. Our neighbors to the immediate west of us, they're owners of their home, but they're also entrepreneurs. They also own short-term rentals. Our neighbors to the east of us, they're owners of their home, and they are also, as for additional income, they're also short-term renter owners. I personally, my information is purely anecdotal. I don't have a lot of information that was provided by previous speakers. The bow tie guy back there provided a lot of good information, and the gentleman that provided you with that document debunked all the reasons why people don't like short-term rentals. So that was going to be part of my speech, but they've already said it, so I'm not going to talk about that. My wife and I, we are short-term rental owners ourselves, not in the Norfolk area. We have rentals down in the Outer Banks of North Carolina. We know that if we want to get renters to come to our property, we have to maintain that property. We have to keep out the riffraff. We have to vet people that come into our property. It's a constant challenge for us, but we make it happen. So I think short-term renters, owners should be given a lease to buy up a lot of times blighted property in the local area. Homes have been on the market. Homes have been vacant for many months. These owners come in, renovate the property, and put it on the market. So not only is it an investment for them, it helps the entire community with terms of taxes and bringing in the revenue stream that tourists bring to the community. So I hope that I vote no on the overlay. And I also think, just in closing, I also think that I don't know why this is a Willoughby-only problem. I mean, I think that whatever policy we come up is going to morph into other communities in Norfolk. So I think if we do anything as a city council, we do it for the entire city of Norfolk, not just for Willoughby. Okay? That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So we have two folks who have signed up as undecided. That would be Leslie Nelson and Jeff Coleman. I don't know if they're still here.
Jeff Coleman left, I'm sorry.
Oh, no worries. I just wanted to at least acknowledge them. And before we go any further, first I wanted to thank everyone for coming and for staying. This is a very long process, but at the Norfolk Planning Commission, we highly value community engagement. So all of this time is worth it, and I thank you. I also want to say that I don't know if I have enough information yet. I don't know if I personally, as a commissioner, if I have all of the solutions. Right now, I'm concerned that while we may be solving one issue, that it could cause a new issue. And then in doing that, we might actually even overlook other issues that we've not explored yet. I want us to think of this in a holistic way about what are all the concerns, both for the community and for the STR property owners. This seems to me like we're trying to wrap our arms around various facets of this problem. where we're concerned about density, we're concerned about violations and possibly enforcement, and then also the erosion of community and also the erosion of community trust. And that's a lot. And I'm not sure if it's the right decision right now to move forward before we explore all of the possible solutions. I think that, well, if I can get really, really personal, I grew up in Willoughby. And in the 70s and 80s, I'm telling my age, but in the 70s and 80s, and I've seen what I can only describe as a miraculous change. And all of y'all are a part of it. And I think that, thank you, sir. I think that we all have the same goal. We want Ocean View to be the very best it can be. We might have different ideas of how to get there. So I wanted to just pause for a moment and say my piece and ask the other commissioners, because again, I'm not certain if moving forward is the absolute right thing right now, but I'm just one voice. Fellow commissioners.
Are we doing rebuttal or?
Before we get to the rebuttal, and I just wanted to say that out loud. If I'm out of order, I'm just going to look at. Okay, thank you.
You're the chair, you can do whatever you want.
Actually, I believe our city attorney says no, because I would have ordered pizza for everybody. Before, and obviously we can still go through the rebuttal, but I just wanted to take a quick pause.
I would say that I think you've voiced very well. First off, the appreciation of people coming and staying and being very respectful, which is always great to see. First off, I want to say we need to clean up your motels and hotels, but that's another issue. I similarly think planning has voiced to us that they think they are seeing very common threads on both sides of the issue that can be addressed, and they feel that within 2 months, am I being fair, that they can meet with you all and hear the different voices and come back to us with a plan. And I know Kim is saying that she's not ready, and neither am I. And so I personally would move that that's what we do tonight.
I'm in agreement with that. I think that give us an opportunity to get as close to the best solution as possible. I don't want us to let perfect be the enemy of good, but I would like for us to do a little more research on the possibilities. I would also love the opportunity for, I don't know if we want to develop a steering committee, but definitely would like to bring representatives from all areas, whether it's STR owners, community leaders, city council folks, a planning department, and maybe even a few of the commissioners. I don't know, maybe I'm a little too optimistic, but I believe if we all put our heads together, we can come up with something everyone can live with. Amen. Oh, wow, okay.
I also think it's important to definitely put a timeline on this, because I think it's time for us to do that. And so that, I think, is our promise to you all, that we will meet again in August and talk about this.
Okay, so August, we'll see everyone again. We'll see.
Rebuttals?
Okay, if you want to do the rebuttals, we can do the rebuttals. We'll do the rebuttals and then we'll go to a vote, okay? All right, so for the rebuttals, each group has 5 minutes only. You're going to share the 5 minutes with the proponents and 5 minutes with the opponents. Okay, so no one is going to get 5 minutes alone unless you take up the 5 minutes for your group. Does that make sense? Okay, so if you will, decide amongst yourselves who all would like to participate in as the proponents for 5 minutes in the rebuttal, and who would like to speak as 5 minutes for the opponents. You can share those minutes, or you can ask one person to speak.
Why they are making that, doing what they're doing? I guess with this overlay, a common issue that both sides can agree upon is the legal STRs. And the overlay really isn't addressing that. I think some people, I forgot who it was, but I'm not sure if putting the pause on new STRs will allow staff time to address the legal STRs. But I just want to get,
For the. I think they're wrapping up their decisions, so, but go right
So,
ahead.
Mr. Pendleton, for your question, we have staff that's constantly tracking the illegal STR. So I don't believe a pause would, adopting these regulations at this point in time as they're proposed would make it any easier for staff at this moment. So we are constantly monitoring our data, the software that we utilize to find all the illegal operators, and we're citing them accordingly, kind of as a we're systematically going through it, so.
yeah, I was just thinking the aspect of not adding on to their plate will allow them the opportunity to, I guess, enforce.
I think
what's
the
going
key
with
is,
the
I think
legal.
there's different pieces of enforcement that are the consideration. And so there are some things that can be enforced by the zoning inspector that has requirements of state law that give timelines that do not meet the expectations of the community.
Okay.
And then there are other things that we can enforce that are shorter that do allow for it, but it's not necessarily the zoning inspector's purview to be able to cite those things or to do those things. So I think that's the conversation we need to have. It's not that those things are just being left out or not being cited or being taken care of. It's just because these are local land use regulations by state law, we have limitations very specific on how we're allowed to do enforcement because these are property right issues. So how we're allowed to do enforcement, how the amount that we're allowed to fine people, they're all very clearly spelled out in the Code of Virginia, which unfortunately does not align with I think the expectation of the community on how we can do enforcement. So,
thank you.
All right, so time for our rebuttals. Do we have the proponents' rebuttal representatives? And again, I say, 5 minutes total, and we're all sharing those 5 minutes.
Oh, Lord. Okay, so, number one, I just want to expel the theory, we're not trying to eliminate existing STRs. We've said that over and over and over again.
I'm going to ask you to scooch, there you go.
Most of the
Thank
cups that came before the Civic League meeting, 90% of them were approved by us. We're not anti-STR. The fact that we look at people and say, oh, we don't like them because they're STR cannot be proven. That is such a fallacy. Like I said, we've approved most of them, but we do see that it's starting to encroach on our community. We have that very real concern. They have very real concerns. We do too. I agree with Rick Ricardo. We have met as a side group. I think that can continue. We can make good efforts to make differences. They've got issues, we've got issues. We can come together. We do need your help. Enforcement is terrible. I mentioned it in my statements. The enforcement is lacking supremely. And so that's where, and when you come across stuff, when they say things about there only being 6 violations out of hundreds of complaints. Well, again, are the complaints against a regular property or is it an STR? We don't really know for sure because it's not documented properly at all. It's just not. So when you come up with 6 violations, it does prove their point. It doesn't make sense that there's hundreds of people that are making a complaint and there's only 6 violations. That's because the enforcement is lacking. So with all of that, and with a deferment, I'm not trying to change your mind. You've made your decision. You probably did earlier. But I would like to ask that you put a pause until something better comes along, until we can figure this out. And this will encourage everybody to come together faster. Put a pause on the application process so that we don't have applications coming through the mill and everybody throwing in applications over the next couple of months that will now be, set aside as, well, they were already in the pipeline. If we're going to pause, let's pause everything, come together. It will be beneficial for all of us to make that happen and then make those decisions, and then we can move forward. That's all I got. Thank you.
Who's next?
I'd just like to say we need some brakes. We can't let it keep going like it's going. Thank you.
In the summer of 2024, we did have a meeting with city representatives, STR operators, and community representatives. There were a lot of good recommendations that went into that, some, but a lot of good ones, and nothing happened. And I'm willing to sit down with everybody and redo it and come up with some great things and maybe try this time to see if we carry it through. But I do go back to what was said. If we pause and take till August to discuss this and everything, the applications keep coming in, and the numbers keep going up. We're at 58 now. I don't want to find out that we're at 65 or 68 or 70 in August. Thank you.
Just one other item, a phrase. There is a reason for zoning laws. There is a reason for zoning laws. Just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, thank you very much. Those who are in opposition, do you know, just you, awesome. 5 minutes.
It's just me. So, thank you. Thank you very much for the decision to defer. There's so many pieces and perspectives to this whole STR thing. And for the last 4 years, we've been relegated to a minute here, 3 minutes there, whether it's in the Civic League or amongst ourselves or here at City Council. What we have lacked is just being able to sit down with everybody, have a subject matter expert. We have plenty of subject matter experts over here. And we've just been dying to get to the table and say, hey, here's what we know. We'll share what we have with you if you share it with us. So thank you for that decision, first of all. Second, this can be historic. I think this is already being called a case study. So to somebody said over here, is it just going to affect Willoughby? No, it's going to affect the whole entire Norfolk. Everybody's watching. There's 2 Civic League leaders already over here, and they're already telling us how it's going to affect them. What resources are they going to use? Is it really affecting them? Is there really a problem? Or is this just a perception issue? And that's what we got to get to the bottom of. Rusty and I have already talked. We had 3 people on our side and 3 people on their side. And we tried to come to at least some common ground. And we actually found it. She just talked about it. Enforcement was the first thing. If we had better transparency on enforcement, whether it's from Tom McLean or from the cops or from city or whatever it is, maybe we wouldn't even have these conversations because we would know exactly what's going on to begin with. But we just haven't had that. So we have been relegated, just 3 minutes here, 1 minute there, with a cup that's arduous, property rights that are hanging in the balance, neighborhood, community issues. I'm a neighbor, and I want to be treated like a neighbor. But, the way it is right now, it's become too contentious. So without being able to, collaborate, I don't think we're going to get anywhere. We're just going to compound on the problem that's already started. I think when they started the 2022 July thing, they had some good intentions to be able to slow down what might be STR issues, but we just didn't have the stats. And now we have the stats for the first time in 4 years that just came from city planning. I mean, if we could sit down and talk about that, and literally, we can make some pragmatic, practical solutions. We already started. We just need other people in the room with us. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I still have 5 minutes. Yes, please do.
I feel bad making you stay even a minute longer.
No, it's fine.
But I just wanted to mention that the short-term rentals provide a needed service here because the beach is public. I recently ran into somebody who told me that I wasn't allowed to walk the beach behind her house because it was her yard, and that I needed to get off of her property before she was going to call the police. There's a sense of exclusionary housing policy that's a little concerning, and I think that that's something that I would hope the commissioners would take into account. Just last weekend, I hosted a family whose son and grandson and great-grandson just got off the USS Ford. And they were really wanting to stay at our house, and their Airbnb got canceled, so they were kind of asking us at the last minute because we were open. And they were thrilled to stay there because they all wanted to stay in the same confined space and celebrate their military son. And we're a military family, we're all about that. I'm thrilled to hear you say, clean up the motels, hooray. We've twice hosted guests that came to us in the middle of the night. One time somebody called me from the parking lot asking if they could stay because they were staying at a hotel down the road, a motel down the road, and there was a stabbing and they were afraid to stay there. Another time somebody did the same thing because there was a big fight that broke out and they thought somebody was going to pound through the wall of the room, the hotel room. So there's just lots of concerns with the motels in the community. And while if that continues, that demonstrates the need for the short-term rentals in Willoughby, because we do have a responsibility to our military and to provide safe lodging so that people, once they come to Norfolk, will want to come back again and again, so we have a nice, bright future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, the rebuttal is over, and all of our comments we've all been taking furious notes, but that would be the end of us talking with you, okay? So now we're going to talk together. So don't raise your hand and don't say, oh, I want to add one more thing, okay? All right, I got agreement. Okay, so commissioners, what should we do? I believe that we cannot pause accepting applications.
Correct, without changing our zoning.
Without changing the zoning. And I do believe that, and I think someone mentioned about the short-term rental committee that we had a few years ago, and that we collected information. I'm sure we have the notes somewhere. I wouldn't, if the decision is to continue this for today and take a look at other possible solutions, I would like those notes to be included in whatever feedback that we collect. I would love some guidance as far as the possibilities of what we could do for right now. I know that I'm still in a place where I don't think that I feel like there's a better solution, and it's right there within our reach. And I would really hate for us to do this, to say yes or no, and it's not the right thing to do. That's where I am. So I'm leaning on our planning professionals and legal professionals.
I'll just provide just one piece of information, Ms. Sutter. I believe the information we've received from the community and the public input in the last month provided us more information than we received during the meeting sessions that we had, which were much higher level in 2024. So this, again, as was noted by the community, we're at a point where there's a push and pull on both sides, and where a community feels that there's too many of them. Again, and so I think that we've actually gotten really good information through all of this public input. Again, whatever the commission's motion is, we just would like to have some clear direction on what to provide in chunks, hopefully. I can say probably in 2 weeks I'm not going to be able to pull together a meeting that's meaningful with the community without starting with the conversation with the commission. If the commission wants, I could bring back potential options based on what we've heard, and then just to put them out in the ether, and then use those talking points to start the conversation with the community. That also allows the community members on both sides to continue their discussions before we then jump in and try to come up with a solution, if that's something that works for the commission.
That makes sense to me. I've never been a fan of rushing to solutions, especially when there's so much dialogue that's just obvious to me that it's needed. Okay.
I would not propose rushing either, but I also have frankly seen government go pretty slowly. And so I think there should be some urgency. I will say that, not rushing, but expediency.
I think as far as the timeline, I'm happy to hear input. I'm thinking in 2 weeks, we asked a lot of questions during the mid-month, and a lot has come up even in this discussion, information that was given to us. I think sort of aggregating that information and presenting it to us at the mid-month makes sense. I would like there to be a community discussion again with the folks that I mentioned earlier. I would love for that to happen before the end of June. Well, you know, schedules vary, but we'll do our best. But I think the goal is to invite everyone to return back in August. I think that's what I heard, August being the time.
So when is council, they're on break now, correct?
On break in July.
Yeah, they start in July.
Starting July till the end of August.
So none would be presented to them anyway until October, or September, which would be a pretty heavy caseload for them anyway. At that.
This sounds like a pretty big priority. I don't want to speak for council, but I think that we should probably do the best we can to make sure that it's heard right away.
So we're talking September. Go ahead.
Thank you all for your time. Actually, I mean, it's impressive to see community members being passionate and coming out and speaking and really giving us information. That's what we want to see and hear. I know sometimes it's difficult for a total representation, and there's, I'm sure, several others that aren't unable to be here that have input on this topic as well. I think that we're kind of to the point now, I think we're all kind of at a consensus. I was thinking earlier on putting in a formal motion to move to table this until our August public hearing to give staff additional time for outreach and pulling some more information together. There are a lot of common threads, like we said. There is something, but I just don't think that it's this right now. So I think tabling it defers a formal vote one way or the other and allows staff time to continue to work on this. Would you like me to?
I welcome you
Okay.
to make a motion.
I'd like to move to table this, R1, until the August public hearing.
Second.
All right, so the motion is to continue the item until the August 27th, 2026 public hearing. Dr. Whibley.
Aye.
Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Pendleton.
Aye.
Mr. Bateman.
Aye.
And Ms. Sutterth.
Aye. Well, I just, again, can't thank you enough for your patience, for your kindness to one another and to yourselves, your passion for Ocean View and Willoughby, and looking forward to meeting with some of you before August, but God willing and the creek don't rise, we'll see you at the end of August. All right, thank you, and I think we are adjourned.